Good morning. We are in the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 etc. of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central Meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 13 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would like to apologize to the public for our tardiness in starting our hearing this morning. As I'm not sure if everyone is aware, the board meets in executive session at 9:30 every morning, and we had a very long calendar, so it took us a longer period of time to go through the calendar. So that is the reason why we are starting our hearings late this morning. So again, I apologize to the public for that. So our first case is a protest hearing status, case number 25 PRO 00017. It's H3. License number 129096. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Yu Tong Zhu, your access has been elevated. And we have a couple call-in users. I'm going to elevate one of them to see if it's Darius Holston.
Let me see something. Hold on.
Call-in user, what hearing are you here to attend?
My name is Bekele Besse from Noble Liquor and Tobacco.
No, that's not that case. So we're looking for Darius Holston. No, I'm sorry. For this case, no, I'm sorry. It's Lawrence Sprouse. Lawrence Sprouse from ANC2B. Is there anyone online for ANC2B? So we're looking for a representative from ANC2B.
I'll ask again in the chat.
All right. So this is for case number 25 PRO 00013H3. Mr. Zhao, good morning. Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yutong Zhou, Yutong Zhou for applicant H3.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I've asked. There's no representative from ANC to be here. This hearing was scheduled for 10:30. It's 11:01, and for protest hearing status, it's mandatory for the parties to appear. The applicant is here, and there's no representative from ANC to be. So because there's no representative from ANC to be here at the hearing, I'm making a motion that their protest be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. What this means is that based on the failure of the ANC to appear at the mandatory show cause hearings, protest hearing status, we're dismissing their protests. However, the board will issue the order. The ANC will be given 10 days to provide reasonable notice why is it that they failed to appear at the hearing today. If the ANC fail to respond, or if the board determines that their reasoning for not appearing at the hearing today, the board will instruct the agency to move forward with the issuance of the license. Okay? Have a great day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the board.
You're welcome. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00020 1351, license number 129513. Mr. Oyer, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Sable Harris, your access has been elevated. That is alternative.
Is the owner available? The information that no, Jeff Jackson, it's my understanding that Mr. Jackson was on Mr. Jackson's representative, and it's my understanding that he has jury duty this morning. And so the owner was supposed to, or some other representative was supposed to have shown up this morning. Miss Harris. Good morning, Miss Harris. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L, Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S, and I'm here for ANC 1B.
I know that Mr. Jackson had provided information to our legal office that he had jury duty this morning, so he would not be able to appear. Is there any representation that you could provide to the board? Hold on. I'm sorry. It appears that there's a Ralph Cruz here.
And I believe,
Hold on.
sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Michael Walker is also an owner.
Is there, I know Mr. Cruz is there. Oh yeah, okay. Can both parties appear on record, please, on the camera, please?
Can you see me?
Okay, that's Mr. Cruz. Who is Mr. Walker? I can see you, Mr. Cruz. All right.
Michael Walker is having trouble with his audio.
All right, fine. Mr. Cruz, are you the one who's driving, sir, or are you a passenger?
No, I'm a passenger.
All right, fine. Good morning, Mr. Cruz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Good morning. My name is Ralph Cruz, R-A-L-P-H, and last name is C-R-E-W-S.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am one of the owners of the establishment.
And who's the other owner of the establishment, sir?
It'll be Michael Walker and Anush Kumar.
No, the reason I asked you because you said that Mr. Walker I can see him on my screen, but you said that he was having issues with his audio. So I just want you to introduce who that person is, since
Okay.
yes, somebody
Yes,
called
Mr.
Walker.
Walker is on the call
All right.
as another owner.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, it's my understanding that you represented Mr. Jackson's on, but outside of Mr. Jackson not being here, do you have any representation that you wish to make for the record? Any preliminary matters? Just not factual, just preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, I don't think we have anything.
Okay, fine. Ms. Harris, any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
We are working on a draft of a settlement agreement, and we should have that before the full protest hearing. I'm not sure when the full protest hearing is, but the ANC is meeting in a couple of weeks, so we should be able to vote on that and submit it to the board.
Okay, the hearing is scheduled for June the 11th. Is your ANC meeting scheduled before June the 11th, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
All right, fine. All right, so this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on June 11th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. If the parties are certain that this matter will be settled, please advise our agency as soon as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to investigate this case, okay? So, as I said before, if that's the case, just please advise the agency as soon as possible that a settlement will be provided for our review and approval. If not, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on June the 11th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. If we go to a hearing, the parties are required to complete a PIP 7 days prior to the hearing. But if the parties are 100% sure that this matter will not go to a hearing, please advise our agency as soon as possible. Okay? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. The next case on our calendar, it's when we now move to a show cause hearing status, case number 25 CMP 00025, The Avenue, license number 101007. This case has been canceled. The establishment is out of business. The matter was dismissed by the government by precipice of dismissal dated May 13th, 2025. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00026, Half Smoke. Mr. Oria, can you please elevate the government and the licensee if he's available?
Anthony Sello, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Sello. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Sello, ANTHONYCELO, on behalf of the government.
Good morning, sir. The licensee is not here, however, at show cause hearing status, there's no requirement for the licensee to be present. This matter, if it's not settled, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 25th at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, they are required to exchange documents and witnesses, provide a copy of the documents and witness to the other side, and also provide a copy to ABCA Legal. All right, thank you, sir. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00016, Noble Liquor and Tobacco, license number 122919. Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Bekele Desi, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Thilo, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Sello, ANTHONYCELO, on behalf of the government.
Mr. or Mrs. Desi, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Bekele Besse, Bekele Besse.
And what is your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am the owner of the establishment.
Thank you. Mr. Solo, are there any preliminary matters in this case? Were you saying something, sir?
No, I did not.
Okay, fine. Mr. Solo, are there any preliminary matters in this case, sir?
No preliminary matters and offering compromise has been communicated to the establishment. We have not heard back yet.
All right, Mr. Desi, whose case is this, Mr. Solo?
This is Assistant Attorney General McMullen's case.
Mr. Desi, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board? Not substantive, just preliminary.
Right. Basically, we have two cases on this hearing. One of them is the absence.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. The case that we have today, it's case number. The case that we have today, this is what no ABC manager on duty sold an individual container of alcohol with a capacity of 70 ounces or less. So that's case number 25 CMP 00016. So that is the only case that we're addressing today, sir. So I'll say, do you have any preliminary issues that regarding this case, not substantive?
No, I don't exactly. This is my first time to be in the hearing, so I don't know what preliminary the proceedings and everything. But technically, the liquor manager, I was there, but I was not there at the moment that the guy was there.
Sir. This is not the forum to make these arguments. So if you want to contest it, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 25th at 10:30. So that is when you would provide documents and evidence to substantiate your position. So I just want to. So let me then inform you that the hearing is scheduled for June 25th at 10:30 a.m. If both parties are required to file a submission 7 days before the hearing to exchange the documents and the witnesses that you will rely upon at the hearing. Okay, so if you plan to call any witnesses, or if you plan to call any witnesses besides yourself, or if you plan to rely on any documents, you need to send a copy of those witnesses and the documents to the government 7 days before the hearing, and a copy of it should also be provided to ABCA Legal, sir. Do you understand what I just stated?
I did.
Okay, fine. All right, so you're the assigned attorney for this case. You can discuss this case, but it's scheduled for a hearing on June 25th at 10:30 a.m. And if it's not settled, then I'll see you on June 25th at 10:30. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, dear.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Philip, do you have any other cases with us, the board this morning, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I just want to make sure before. All right. Okay, since you have no other cases with us this morning, thank you for your presentation. All right, I'm going to recall case number 25 PRO 00017H3. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case, which is a licensee, and there should be someone from ANC 2B.
Sure. I still don't see Lawrence Sproles or Darius Holson.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Well, elevate the attorney, Mr. Zoe. I was told he was still online.
I don't see him online anymore.
All right, well, just let's pause for a minute.
There's a DK. Maybe I'm gonna elevate just to see.
No, hold on. Don't elevate that person yet. Let me find out who is supposed to be here. All right, it's supposed to be a Mr. Sprouse. Mr. Sprouse. He indicated to our legal office that he was unable to log in. That he was here for the hearing this morning.
I still don't see him logged in.
And you also you do not see the well, what I'm gonna do, the I'm trying to figure out how best to do this. I dismissed the protest this morning because
The
the
attorney's
ANC.
online now.
I'm sorry.
The attorney's online now.
All right. Thank you. You can elevate him, please.
Yutong
Well,
Zhu, your access has been elevated.
all right, Mr. Art. This is what I'm gonna do. Mr. Zoe.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I
Alright.
changed out of court attire.
That's fine, sir. I can't find the ANC. Our legal office informed us that the ANC representative was having some technical issues. I know that the board had issued an order to dismiss the protest. So basically, I just want to let you know that, I mean, the ANC, I will instruct our ANC, our legal office, that the ANC needs to provide in writing why is it that they failed to log on this morning. And so based on the representation, I just want to put you on notice that this protest might not be dismissed. Okay.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. All right, the next case on the calendar is case number 24 CMP 00072, case number 25 CMP 00005, case number 25 CMP 00015, 25 CMP 00029, 25 CM 25-251-00001 and case number 25-251-00006. Bar 1831 Bar Lounge license number 116855. These cases have been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its review and acceptance and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 ULC 00001 Happy Bud. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00014 Cloud Liquor and Wine, license number 128130. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00080 Mariachi Lounge, license number 122495. This hearing has been rescheduled to June 25th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar, it's a cease and desist hearing regarding Moi Moi Restaurant. This is their request a hearing on board order number 2025-642. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Franz Jobson, access elevated. How Soon Chung, access elevated. And supervisor investigator Stephanie Redding, access elevated. That is our turn.
Thank you. Let's see. Let me have the parties and that identify themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. Jacobson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Franz Jobson, and that is F-R-A-N-Z. Last name is J-O-B-S-O-N.
And Mr. Jobson, is there a reason why you're unable to come in camera this morning, sir?
I am pressing I think I'm on now. I've been trying to get on
camera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And is your client here?
I believe I saw Mr. Cham.
Mr. Cham, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir? And can you appear on camera, sir?
Yes, how soon, Cham? Let me see whether. Hello?
And can you please come on camera, sir?
Yes, I'm trying. Yeah.
So, in the interim, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
It's Howson Cham, Howsoncham.
And I appreciate it, sir, if you come on camera, sir. Okay, now I can see you. Thank you. Miss Redden, can you please spell and state your name for record and please appear on camera? You're on mute, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Supervisory Investigator Stephanie Redding. Last name is spelled Redding.
Thank you. All right. On we have this here. We have this hearing because on May 14th, the board issued a cease and desist order because on May 14th, 2025, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board reviewed compelling evidence that Moi Moi restaurant illegally engaged in the sale, service, and consumption of alcohol on May 9th, 2025, and that the business is ordered to immediately cease the sale, service, and consumption of alcohol on the premises. Mr. Jacobson, you requested a hearing. Sir, can you please inform us why is it that you are contesting the cease and desist order?
If it pleases you again, thank you. The issue in terms of the allegations outlined, I believe that there may have been, while as it was outlined would be a clear violation, there was, however, circumstances that I don't believe was known to the investigator, and that was that the premises was rented to a third party, Jadori Private Events, who conducted the event. Jadori, while not in possession of a license, they actually engaged the services of a caterer, which in fact had the license, and it was on the strength of that license that the event was hosted. I understand subsequent to that, Jadori has made an application in itself for a license to conduct an event this weekend, but they have been prevented from pursuing that because of the existing cease and desist order. So it's on that basis that the objection or the request to review was lodged.
All right, so hold on, let me see. All right, so what I'm going to do is that I am going to, let me see. Well, I guess the bottom line is that you are the one who is challenging our hearing. So since you're the one who's challenging our decision, do you have any witnesses you wish to call? What documents and what is it that how is it that you plan to contest this order? Hold on, let me see. Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on. Just hold on. Yeah, as I stated, sir, you requested this hearing, and the board at some point will contact The investigator, supervisor investigator. But since you're contesting this hearing, what documents or witnesses do you have to defend or to support your contention, sir?
So we would have, I believe that there was a response submitted on behalf of the respondent. Mr. Cham actually submitted that. We would wish to have Mr. Cham give evidence. I believe also the principle of Jadori would be helpful in terms of providing a more fulsome understanding of the relationship between himself and the Moi Moi restaurant. As well, I would want to have the principle of wine key caterers, which would have been the entity brought in with the license. And in fact, it was Mr. Cham who recommended that a licensed caterer be brought in. And so if we were to have a full hearing on this, those would be the three witnesses that we would wish to have heard. And obviously we would want to be able to, and again, this is done in the most respectful manner. It's not challenging the authority of the board, obviously, but just I believe that there was a misunderstanding in respect of the information that was made available to Ms. Redding, the investigator. So I think there would be some, we would wish to have an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Redding.
No, you will have that opportunity, but I guess I'm saying, are you planning to call those witnesses today, sir? Because you requested this hearing. So what is it? How do you plan to move forward?
We may only be able to proceed, and maybe this is going to be a part heard. I don't know whether the board can accommodate us in that way, but we would wish to have Mr. Cham testify, as he's I believe that he's the only witness on the platform that we could call.
And because you talked about some other witnesses, so do you want to call them at some other point, or because we're having the hearing today, so it's not, you requested the hearing, so, and because the board is not meeting next week, so that's one of the reasons why we accommodate your schedule to have the hearing today. So it's your case, so you tell me how you want to proceed.
And I'm grateful. In an ideal world, we would wish to have all three witnesses testify, and we would ask for some type of interim reprieve, at least until the next available hearing, so that all of the witnesses could testify. That would be our request. Failing which, we would have to proceed with Mr. Cham.
But you requested the expedited hearing, so we're here having the hearing today. So therefore, there's one or two options that you have. We can move forward with the witness that you have today. You'll call your witness, you'll rest your case. The board will call the investigator to ask questions of the investigator. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the investigator, and the board will make a decision based on what's presented today. Now, so the board is not going to make an interim decision until if you still have more witnesses to call, and so therefore we would make a decision. We would have to continue this hearing to another day. So I don't think that the board would not make an interim. So I think if you're saying that there is an event that this weekend or coming up in the next couple of days that you need some response to, the decision would have to be made today.
Without burdening the board, might I have the matter? Well, I believe that Mr. Cham is prepared to move forward. I believe that we will proceed now, if that is.
All right, so okay, so you can call him as a witness to testify, and then we can move forward. You can ask questions of him. The board will have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and then the board will call Ms. Redding, and then you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine her. Is that how you see us moving forward, sir?
In light of the circumstances, I believe that is the best approach for Mr. Cham.
All right, Mr. Cham, can you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
To your witness, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cham, could you indicate your association with the Moi Moi restaurant? What is that?
Yes, I'm the owner of the Moi Moi restaurant, chef and owner of the restaurant.
Okay. Okay. Are you? Do you have any particular license in respect of that would have been issued by this board?
I used to have a liquor license. Yeah, that one was revoked.
Okay. At present, do you have a liquor license?
No, I don't.
Have you taken any steps to sell any alcohol or anything or any alcohol out of the Moi Moi restaurant?
Not at the moment, unless there was a caterer or a one-day license involved.
Okay. Are you familiar with Jadori private events?
Yes, I am.
Could you tell the board what the relationship is with between Moi Moi and Jadori private events?
Right. In my response that I submitted earlier, I had basically sent over Jaro's private events, locations, places that they throw events, basically like a rundown resume. If you go through the response that I sent, so basically, Jaro Events is an agency that throws private events both internationally in the U.S. and all around the world, headed by Davucci Productions. So he throws events even in the city, all over the city. There's 2 blocks from Momoy, a place called Lima Twist, where he throws Lima Twist Saturdays. It's online. You can go to his Instagram page, you will see it. So, which was just 2 blocks from Momoy. So he was looking for a space where he can call his home, either to buy it or to lease it or take over a space where he can throw his events rather than going to different places. Like if you look at his Instagram page, you can see he throws different parties in different places all over the city, but international as well. So we spoke, and he said, and I told him I was selling Moi Moi, and he decided to like get into the agreement with me and said that he want to try it, but he want to try it on 4 different occasions. The first occasion was the Mother's Day. The second occasion would have been the Cameroonian independence, which was last week. The third occasion would have been this weekend, Memorial Day, and the last one would be July 4th. So he had said that after those things go through, because he knew the history of the place, that we don't have a license. So he said after those things go through, then he will sign the purchase agreement to buy the building, to buy the business. I mean, now, on the week of the 9th, he wanted to do something, which was Mother's Day weekend. So he hired a caterer. So he hired a caterer for the whole weekend and paid $1,200 for the caterer. You know, it has nothing to do with me. They went and purchased alcohol beverages, went and purchased the food. They had the receipts, everything in the house. Now on on Saturday, Investigator Harris from the ABCA showed up to the premises and asked who was in charge. The caterer was there. Mr. Harris spoke to the caterer. Mr. Davucci, his name is Yao Lagos. He was there as well. Mr. Harris, the other investigator, spoke to him. So the investigator asked for the receipts for the alcohol purchase and everything else, and they produced all those documents. So Mr. Harris told the caterer that since Jaro event doesn't have a 1-day license on the premises, she still cannot serve alcohol or serve food or be in charge of the event. And they asked her to empty the whole bar with about 50 guests sitting at a black tie event. Everybody walked out the door. There was like a dozen police officers. Everybody ran out the door thinking maybe they were coming to arrest somebody. And then they were asked to take out all the liquor out of the premises. And they ended the event right there. But Mr. Harris spoke to Mr. Lagos, who's the president of Jado, and told him that if you need to do this again, you have to go get a 1-day license And if you get a one-day license, then you don't need to pay a caterer. So the next day, the next weekend, I think it was the Cameroonian independence. So he walked into Abra and applied for a 4 one-day event and paid $1,200, which started on the, I think we started on the 13th. No, started on the 9th, sorry, which was that Friday. So on Saturday, I think that's when Inspector Redding showed up on the premises. And when she showed up in the premises, I was there working in the morning as a chef. Of course, it's my restaurant. We were open in the morning for private event. So I left. And when I walked back in, she was introduced to me by one of the bartenders from Jado. And she told me that she was from out of town, that she has people coming in at 10 o'clock to try my oxtail, that she liked it, she loved it, and they come in. I said, okay, fine, I might come back. But I never came back anyway. So when I was in there, I think she must have spoke to one of the staff from Jado who was working as a bartender, which she quoted as the bartenders. Moi Moi doesn't have bartenders because we don't sell alcohol. So there's no reason we're hiring bartenders. We only sell mocktails, which a dishwasher can even make. It's mocktails, just soda and sparkling soda or something like that. Just ginger lemonade, sorrel, Coke, Sprite, that's it. So of course I don't need a bartender for that. But she told on the cease and desist letter, she indicated that she spoke to the bartenders who work for Jado. Those bartenders and security that she claimed to, those people all work for Jado because Jado had a 4 one-day license, which he threw the event on Friday. He threw the event on Saturday, but on Saturday, a different set of investigators walked in and issued a cease and desist. But when they walked in, Jado already had a 4 one-day event. So when they asked for those documents, the bartender who was there, I wasn't even there. The bartender who was there working for Jado showed them the one-day license. So then the investigator told them, oh, so you guys are good for now, but on Monday, we will be back. We might shut you down. So I guess they must have called Mr. Lagos, who owns the Jado, and told them what the investigator told him. And I believe he told him that I have a license to last from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So why do they come here and issue me a cease and desist immediately, which is what it said. So he went and did his event for Friday and Saturday, but because of the embarrassment he faced the last week, after paying all that money with the alcohol, the caterer, the license, and about 40 guests in their black tie, everybody was kicked out of the premises. So what he did was he canceled his event on Sunday and Monday, which he already had a one-day license that he already paid for. So he canceled it because he didn't want to face another embarrassment. So in between, he had applied for his third event, his trial run third event, which is always to purchase the business. But when he sent the application, then he said on Monday, he received a denial letter from the Abra manager saying that he's not going to be issued any more one-day event because there's a cease and desist issued on the premises. So he called me and asked me, what is it based off? I said, well, it's based on this investigation report that just came out from Miss Reddings, who thought that Moi Moi was selling alcohol, who also thought the bartenders, the security guard was all on a Moi Moi. Moi Moi doesn't have a liquor license. We don't need a security. We don't need a bartender. We don't need none of that stuff. We only sell food and we close at 9 p.m. So I don't know why we need a security guard or bartenders. And we don't even have a liquor menu, anything like that. Everything that was in there was on the Jado name. I think on my response, I included a Jado menu. I included Jado flyers. I think I included Jado receipts, Jado menu, and everything that Jado was doing. I think when Mrs. Redding sat outside, when I met her, when I was coming back in the restaurant, she was sitting outside with, guess what? The caterer and the bartenders. I think that would have been a perfect opportunity to ask, because they were out there talking in a friendly environment. Like, I thought maybe they were friends of the caterer or something. They were all laughing and giggling, and I thought they were all friends or family. But she came there and just went through observation and saw bartenders, but she was sitting with the caterer. I think that would have been a good time to ask those questions rather than write report based on observations, because everything that
Okay.
she wrote on the report all was based on observations. Number one, there was bartenders. Moimo doesn't have bartenders because we didn't have alcohol.
All right,
If I may, Mr. Cham, the dates that you made reference to that Friday, that you're talking about is it the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th for the 4 one-day license?
Yeah, the first one, he hired a caterer. Maybe I'm missing the dates up, but let me go to my calendar again because I was not even there.
Can you hold on a minute, please? Okay. The cease and desist order was issued for May 9th. So,
No,
May
it's on May
10th,
14th.
sir. The cease and desist order, the investigator issued the report about what happened on May 9th. So let us focus the testimony on May 9th, not on May
Okay,
10th,
no problem,
not
no
on May
problem,
11th.
no
So
problem.
let's go back to May 9th.
Okay, May 9th.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. May 9th, there was a caterer on the premises who got the alcohol and the food and everything, and we had receipts. Okay, so the caterer was in charge of that event. They had a contract. They paid the caterer. She was running the event. Mr. Jaro production was event planning manager was there. He had Abra managers there working as the bartenders. Okay, so
And
I have
I'm sorry,
nothing to
Mr.
do.
Cham, the name of that, Mr. Cham, if I may, the name of that caterer was what?
Was Wine Key Caterers. Wine Key Caterers.
And the principal of Wine Key?
I think her name is Marcelo, but I don't know. I don't remember the last name, but I know her first name is Marcelo.
Okay. And as far as you're
Marcelo
aware,
was
Wine Key
Marcelo.
Caterers,
Say it again.
as far as you're aware, Wine Key Caterers has a license.
Yes, they have a catering license to run an event if the premises doesn't have a license. So that's when Mr. Jaro Davuchi Production went and hired. We with my recommendation, we hired Wanky to help them facilitate the trial, the force of the trial events. That's what on the night was. Okay, and
well,
that was that. There was a caterer in the premises, but Miss Reddings just didn't speak to the caterer nor the bartenders to have the full scope of what was going on. She claimed she saw me. Yeah, she saw me. I was walking back in the building, and then one of the bartenders said, "Oh, that's the chef of the owner." On my letter that I sent to the board, the response, everything states that clearly what happened right there. I came back to get my cell phone. And I left right after that. But she claimed, yeah, she saw me in there. Of course, I came back to get my cell phone. And besides, I can come in and out of the restaurant anytime I want. It's not like I'm abandoned the restaurant if I lease it out.
Very well. So your testimony is that on the 9th, you were not operating the event, and it was a caterer engaged by Jadori, a licensed caterer hired by Jadori that was running the event.
Right. And that same caterer was sitting outside with Miss Redding having a drink with the other bartenders.
Very well.
That would have been a perfect opportunity to find out or ask questions about what exactly was going on in there. But she never did that.
Yes, sir. Is there anything outside of what you have said and submitted in your response to the board that you wish to communicate? Anything else?
Well, I was just going to talk about it next day, which is the 10th, when Investigator Harris showed up.
I think Mr. Chairman has asked to focus on the 9th because that is what we're here
for. That was the only night, and then I
Very
left.
well.
And then the caterer was there with Jaro, with their bartenders, and they ran the event, and they were shut down, I think, by midnight. They were gone.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cham. I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, thank you. All right, I have some questions, and the other board members might have some questions for you, sir. So, Mr. Cham, who provided the food on the 9th, on May 9th? Who provided the food for the event on May 9th?
Jaro Events provided food with the caterer.
What do you mean they provided the food?
Yes, Jaro Event provided food with the caterer. And they had receipts that Mr. Harris asked for, and they submitted those receipts to Mr. Harris.
Okay, hold on. You said that the caterer was Wine Key Caterers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Wine Key Caterers, did they bring food into the establishment? Did they provide the food, sir?
Yes. They provided some food, some other food. They contacted us to do it.
All right, hold on. What food, specifically, what food did Wine Key Caterers provide?
Chicken wings. It was just a social event. Chicken wings.
So you're saying that Wine Key Caterers provide chicken wings.
Chicken wings.
Outside of chicken wings, sir, what other food was provided for the event?
They had salad. They had chicken wings. They had steak bites. They had shrimp. You know what I mean? There were different finger foods on the menu.
No, all right, let's go. You specifically, what other food was at the event, sir? You said they had salad, they had shrimp. What else?
They had
Yes.
shrimp. They had
Yeah.
some chicken, jerk chicken. Right?
What else? What
They
other
had-
food? Go ahead, sir.
They had oxtail.
Yeah.
So it was just light food they were
No,
serving.
but no, I know, sir. Just I want you to be very specific. You tell me. You said they had salad, they had shrimp, they had jerk chicken, they had oxtail. What else?
Well, I wasn't the one doing most of the food, so that was their food. Because I
Okay.
was in there, like I said.
So who provided the salad, the shrimp, the jerk chicken, and the oxtail?
The salad, the shrimp, and the jerk chicken. So I think they what's it called, contracted those with our chef in the kitchen at that time.
All right, but so you're saying you think that they contracted your your chef to cook that food, sir?
They brought some food, and some food they paid him to do the food. Yes.
But now, are you aware that if you have a caterer, the caterer is the one who's supposed to provide all the food?
Yes. They provided most of the food,
No,
but not all the food.
sir, I asked you the question. What is what I said to you? Are you aware that a caterer is supposed to provide all the food for an event?
No, I'm not. I'm not aware of that because I'm not a caterer. So
all right. And so
the discussion was, if we pay you, can you cook this kind of dish for us?
hold on, sir. This is you said that there was a Wine Key caterer. They were the one who was the caterer for the event. And the question I ask you, are you aware that if you have an event, that the caterer is supposed to provide all the food for the event, and the caterer is supposed to provide all the alcohol for the event? Are you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not aware of that.
So you're saying that, to the best of your knowledge, all that the caterer provided for this event was some chicken wings?
No. I said they provided chicken wings and other foods. That's what I said earlier.
Let's see. Now, do you know whether or not, do you know if that the caterer, Wine Key, if they were at the establishment on May 9th for the duration of the event?
Yes, they were there because in the evening that these individuals showed up, when I came in the evening to get my phone, she was sitting outside with the caterer having a conversation. I saw them talking. I thought maybe she was friend of the caterer. I didn't know she was an investigator. So yes, she was there all night, and they shut. I think they are closed around 12. And when I called later this evening, they said, yeah, everybody's wrapping up. I think she was the last one to leave.
All right. Do we have any other? Does any board members have a question? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good morning. Couple of quick questions. When you, I guess, enter into the agreement with the caterer, does that include an invoice? And if so, is it an itemized invoice with the specific meal items that the caterer should be responsible for providing?
There wasn't an itemized meal event because it was a menu that they had, and the caterer went and bought the food, went and bought the stuff, but they even showed me the receipts from Restaurant Depot where she bought all the stuff that she was gonna make. So
Was
they
there
were.
ever, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
my apologies. I was going to ask, I guess, in lieu of an itemized invoice, was there ever a conversation where there was any documentation around what the expectations would be for the items that would be provided by the caterer?
It wasn't items; it was foods. Like for example, chicken wings. It
Right, I
was
mean, food items, yes, yes. So was there any documentation of a confirmation of the food items that the caterer would provide?
yeah. She like I said earlier, she showed us the receipts that she got from Restaurant Depot because she told me that Abra told her that she has to have the receipts for the alcohol and the food on the premises in case they show up. She can show it to them. So when I asked her the next day, she said yes, Mr. Harris saw all the receipts for the food and the alcohol they bought, and the food was about $900 worth of food because I saw the receipt myself. I said, well, then you should be fine.
So to the chair's question earlier about the chicken wings, you also mentioned other things. Is it
Yes.
possible you could provide the board with information on what the other things or other food items were
The only
besides?
thing I can provide the board is the menu that they were serving that day.
Okay,
Like I said, I wasn't there cooking it.
okay. Could you give an estimate of, in terms of the entire options for food, if I'm a patron in your event on that particular day, what percentage of the food was provided by the caterer and what percentage of the food was available by your establishment?
I'll say 85% was provided by the caterer because we did very minimal because the food that we serve is not what they were looking for.
Okay. To your recollection, were there any patrons that actually um, preferred or ordered food from Moi Moi versus the caterer's food?
No, because this was a private event for Jado, and he had a guest list. So this was specifically for his guests, and it was a black tie event that he threw an event over there, just like he does on every other places like Lima, Society, all these places he does events. So that day it was a private event. We were not open to the public. It was basically it was a private event.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Cham, all right. You said that it was a private event, a black tie event. And so it's a private black tie event that there was salad, shrimp, jerk chicken, oxtail, and some others. And the caterer only provided chicken wings?
No. I didn't say that. Again, I said he provided chicken wings, some other food items. Again, I wasn't there cooking that day. I am the chef and owner, but like I said, I left and I met the investor when I came back working the restaurant that evening.
But you believe that the oxtail, the jerk chicken, maybe the shrimp and salad might have been cooked, provided by a chef who worked for Moi Moi restaurant?
No, because on the invoice that they brought, all
No,
the
I
stuff
didn't.
was on the invoice.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
I said no, because the invoice that they showed us that she purchased, all those items were on the invoice.
But where was the food cooked? Was it cooked inside the restaurant, or did they bring the food to the I'm sorry. Was the food cooked on the premises, or was the food brought? Was the oxtail, the jerk chicken, the shrimp and salad? Was it brought to the to the to the location cooked, or was it cooked at the location? Do you know?
I wouldn't remember, but I know he said the oxtail that Miss wanted to have was brought in, which took a long time to cook.
But
again, I wasn't there. I don't know.
No, but
I was off.
All right.
I just saw invoice.
All right. Was your chef? Was there a chef who works at your establishment? Was a chef present on May 9th during this event from Moi Moi?
I am the chef. I was not present. I had cooks and dishwashers in the kitchen.
Was there, all right. Was there cooks from Moi Moi present on May 9th?
Yes, because they were scheduled to work to help whatever they had to do.
And so who paid them?
That's my staff. We are a restaurant open every day, so I can cut them off if there's a private event.
But what is it? But I'm sorry, sir. So what is it that your cook was doing on May 9th?
I had 2 dishwashers help washing the dishes. I had 1 cook on the line, a lady who was there to help assist them whatever they needed in the kitchen. Because again, they've never been to a restaurant in their life. We've never seen that. We can just throw them in the kitchen without somebody to help them say, okay, this is where the oil is, this is where the salt is. So there was 1 lady in the kitchen and 2 dishwashers to wash the dishes.
So who was cooking the food in your kitchen, sir?
They had a cook too, they were just warming stuff up. It wasn't a lot of cooking done.
The concern I have, sir, is that a typical caterer, I would rent a facility, I bring in my food. The facility doesn't help me prepare the food because as a caterer, I have a commercial kitchen and I bring the food into the establishment. So now you're telling me that your cook in the establishment was assisting in the preparation of some food item in the restaurant.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said the cook was there to help them, assist them in what they need to know or what they need to get. I said, example, if they need oil, if they need salt, because I can't just throw them and say, okay, you figure it out. That's why I told that lady, you stay if they need help.
But that's not the purpose. All right. Anyway, all right. Okay.
It's a restaurant. It's not a food hall.
Sir. Yes, sir. It's a restaurant. And because you lost your license, you cannot sell or serve alcohol because it's in a commercial space. So yes, you are correct. It is a restaurant. But so let me ask the question. Let me ask this question, sir. Was alcohol sold in that establishment on May 9th?
Yes.
All right.
The caterer was there.
Yes, alcohol was sold. Okay. Ms. Quinn, you have a question you want to ask, ma'am?
Yes, I'm just trying to follow the story because I thought I heard you earlier say that one of your cooks was hired by the caterer to cook food. Did I understand that correctly?
No, I said he brought 1 cook. They brought the food, and my staff with 1 lady in the kitchen was there to assist them in whatever questions or help they needed. For example, like I said, Where's the oil? Where's the soap? Where's the this? Where's the trash bag? I didn't just leave them on the kitchen blank, vacant.
So they didn't hire one of your cooks, or wouldn't they
No,
weren't paying one
they
of your
can't
cooks?
hire my cooks. I paid my cooks. I had 2
Okay, that's
dishwashers
all for
and
me.
1 cook.
Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions by the board members? All right, Mr. Jobson, do you have any redirects, sir?
I do not. We would submit.
All right, thank you. So do you have any other witness you wish to call?
We have none. We have none. Thank you. We'd rest.
All right, sir. The board on its own initiative will call Ms. Redden. Ms. Redden, can you raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you spell and state your name again for the record, ma'am?
Stephanie Redding, Redding.
And where are you currently employed, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a supervisory investigator with ABCA.
All right, you're here for this hearing today, ma'am. Are you familiar with this location where Moi Moi restaurant is located?
Yes, I am.
And how did you become aware of this establishment? So how did you become aware of this establishment and the event that occurred on May 9th?
In the days leading up to the May 9th incident, I received several emails regarding some advertised events that were scheduled for that weekend. I was then tasked to look into the situation a little bit further.
Now, tell me, you said you were advertised. What advertisements were you aware of, ma'am?
I became aware of Instagram posts that were made to both Moi Moi's IG account as well as Jador's Instagram account.
Do you have access to those? Do you have access to do you have access to those documents that you could share your screen with us, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Redden to share her screen?
Access has been granted.
All right. All right. So can you just share your screen to identify you talked about the advertisement that you became aware of?
Yes. This is going to be one of the advertisements that I became aware of for the May 10th grand opening.
So can you tell us, remember, we have a court reporter, so what is it that we're looking at, ma'am?
Okay, you're looking at an Instagram post that has the date of May 10th at the top. It says Afrofusion Saturday, says grand opening, Jador. It's labeled Exhibit 1. It was part of the original case report that I submitted for the cease and desist. It has the address listed as 1627 K Street Northwest.
And what was the date of this grand opening, ma'am?
May 10th.
Okay. What other exhibits do you have, ma'am?
I have another exhibit. I'm not sure if you're seeing this. I have another Instagram post that is also on Jador's Instagram account. And I'd just like to point out that Moi Moi and Jador were cross-sharing information on both of their websites. So this has Jador's name listed on here. It says every Sunday, 8 p.m. through midnight, the in-between. And it is listing food, drinks, and hookah. Also, before I go any further, I would like to clarify a few things that were testified to earlier.
Hold on, ma'am. We're not there yet. We're not there. I mean, I asked you how you became aware. You talked about the Instagram post.
Okay.
So, but the grand opening was May 9th. So May 10th, the cease and desist was issued on May 9th. Why? Is there an Instagram post that you have regarding May 9th?
No, sir, I did not have an Instagram post regarding May 9th.
All right, then I don't need to see any other exhibits. All right, okay. So, did you personally, so did you go to this establishment on May 9th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go to this location on May 9th?
So earlier in the night, two of my investigators, Investigator Vanessa Playtez and Investigator Leon Harris, happened to be in the area of this location. When they drove by the location, they saw that the windows of the curtains were wide open and a full bar was easily visible from the streets. They then notified me of their findings. I proceeded to the location where I was met with Investigator Vanessa Playtez, Investigator Leon Harris, MPD, as well as Investigator Kendall Williams and Micaiah Nelson. At this time, the location was now closed. However, you could see the strobe lights through the windows. So it was at that time I decided to try to gain entry into the establishment. This was about 11:15 p.m. that night. When I approached the exterior of the establishment, I met with three females who identified themselves as bartenders of the establishment. After a casual conversation, one of the bartenders named Victoria then invited me inside the establishment where she offered to prepare a beverage for me. While in the establishment, Victoria prepared a pineapple mojito, which I purchased and got a receipt for. That receipt was included in the case report that I supplied. After having a casual conversation inside the establishment where there were only the three female bartenders that I conversed with outside, there was an additional female bartender that came from the back. There was a security guard that was sitting just to the left inside the establishment. He had a shirt on that said security. There was a DJ to the right playing very loud music at a DJ booth that was set up. Those were the only individuals that were present in the establishment. There was no caterer at all that night. The particular caterer that has been testified to as being the individual who was hired for the event, I now have a picture of her, and I can confirm that she was not present at the event that night.
All right, hold on. So on May 9th, you purchased alcohol in the establishment on May 9th, is that correct?
Correct.
And this was at what time what time were you physically inside the premises?
At approximately 11:15 p.m.
Were there any other customers in the establishment on May 9th?
No, sir. Not that I could see.
And approximately how long were you in the establishment on May 9th?
I would estimate I was in the establishment for about 7 to 10 minutes.
So on May 9th, and maybe you might have answered this question, did you see any food being served during the period of time you're there on May 9th?
No, sir.
Did you ask if there is an ABC manager, or did you ask a question about who was running the event on May 9th, or the establishment on May 9th?
Sir, during my conversation with the bartenders, they identified Mr. Howsoon as the chef and owner of the establishment. They also said that he was trying to rebrand the name because they had a bad name. I would also like to point out that the conversation that I had with the bartenders, my investigators were in a nearby area also listening in on the conversation because I had my cell phone turned on for security purposes.
Let me see. you stated that you purchased you purchased an alcoholic beverage on May 9th, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know whether or not the establishment or this location is there alcohol? I'm sorry, is there a license to sell or serve alcohol issued to this establishment on May 9th, 2025?
No, there was not. Prior to going to that location, I verified in our system that there was no active ABCA license for the establishment. I also checked to see if there was any one-day temporary permits issued, which there were none.
And this is on May 9th, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I don't have any other questions at this juncture for you. Any other questions by any board member? And remember, we're talking about May 9th.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
On the receipt that you mentioned, was there a name at the top of the receipt or anywhere on the receipt?
For the person who served me the alcohol, yes.
No, I mean in terms of like, sometimes you get a restaurant receipt and it has the name of a restaurant or a business or something like that.
Yes, the name on the receipt was Moi Moi.
Why don't you, are you able to share that receipt with us through your screen? I think, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So you can go ahead, Miss. Once she posts that, it's best to have if there's a. So you can share your screen and then you can go ahead, Miss Quinn.
Okay, I am attempting to share my screen. It is trying to connect.
Mr. Oriana, does she currently have that ability? I know you had previously.
Yes, I haven't removed them.
Mr. Chairman, that was my last question, unless there's something fascinating about this receipt.
All right. All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? I want to follow up on that. Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, hi, and Inspector Redding. You were there for 7 to 10 minutes, is what you testified earlier, and then Mr. Zoom said that you were sitting at the table, and you paid for this cocktail with cash.
So just for clarification, I was inside the establishment for about 7 to 10 minutes. After purchasing the alcohol with a card, I then exited the establishment and I sat outside with several of the bartenders and continued to have further conversation. And so I would estimate that I was still with the 3 females, probably another 10 minutes outside.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like, that's a lot happening within 7 minutes. When you sat outside, at what point did you identify yourself as an investigator?
I never identified myself as an investigator because I was in an undercover capacity.
Okay, all right. I was, and then because I was wondering if you had any conversation with the owner that evening concerning the infraction.
So I did have a conversation briefly with Mr. Housoon as he exited the building. He made a comment along the lines that he typically gets business from the other establishments when they close down. I was asking him about the oxtails and if I could come back and get some. I asked him how late he would be open. He said he would be open until 3, 4 o'clock, depending on the crowd.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Redding, I know that you stated that you're in an undercover capacity when you enter the establishment, but as an experienced investigator, did you notice whether or not there was any license posted anywhere, an alcohol license posted anywhere on the walls?
So I did look for that license when I entered into the establishment, and there were none posted.
So you're saying that there was no license posted?
That's correct. There was no license posted and on May 9th, there was no caterer present. The 3 women that I was speaking to outside, none of them were the caterer, Marcel Folk, who was hired by Moi Moi.
You stated that in your conversations with the bartender outside, because you spoke to them, so they shared with you that Mr. Cham was the owner of the business. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have a conversation about who was while the alcohol, when you purchased the alcohol that night from a bartender, did anyone share with you who was superintendent? I mean, just did you get any idea who is superintendent the sale and service of the alcohol during that period?
No, the only conversation I had with Victoria was that Mr. Sham, Mr. Howsoon, was the chef and owner.
All right. Are you able to share with us this receipt, ma'am?
I am still trying to get this going. It is still showing that it's connecting, but for some reason it is not allowing me to connect.
All right. You testified that the receipt, what was on the receipt again, ma'am? What specifically was on the receipt?
So I'm looking at the receipt now. It says Moi Moi, then it has the phone number 202-303-0125. Then it has the address 1627 K Street Northwest, Suite 100, Washington, D.C. 20006. And then it goes into the date, time, the order information, and the amount.
But why would the alcohol receipt state Moi Moi?
Moi Moi was also the name posted on the outside of the establishment. So as far as I knew, it was operating as Moi Moi at the time I entered on May 9th.
All right. All right. Let's see.
I think I was able to get the receipt finally.
So are you able to highlight this some more, ma'am? I can't see what the receipt is. Okay. So just for the record, just identify what's on what we're looking at, ma'am.
Okay, at the top of the receipt in the center has the establishment's name, Moi Moi, the phone number 202-303-0125, the address 1627 K Street Northwest, Suite 100, Washington, D.C. 20006. It has the date of May 9th, 2025, a timestamp of 11:32 p.m. It has the order number, the name, the server information, the payment method, and then it has a check total of $22 plus gratuity that was automatically added at $4, coming to a total of $26.
But so is it you're stating that this you purchase all because there's nothing on this receipt that mentioned alcohol, is that correct?
That's correct.
But it's you're stating that this is the receipt that was provided to you after you purchase alcohol in the establishment, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. You can close your screen, ma'am. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jobson, do you have any recross of the witness?
I have just a couple of questions, if I may. Officer or investigator, you mentioned that you were given some tips about events happening at the Moi Moi restaurant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that the tips that you got would have been thing that would have been on Instagram and other social media. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went on to refer to an event of the 10th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
But you were making reference to a specific event that would have occurred on the 10th. I believe that Mr. Chairman asked you to redirect your, the testimony back to the 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
However,
All right. So
for
on
the case report, it
Hold
only
on.
addressed events on the 9th.
Ma'am. All right. So the tips that you got that you're referring to were specific to the 10th based on the evidence or the testimony that you gave earlier.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You said that you went to the the restaurant at what time on the 9th?
I arrived there at approximately 11:15 p.m. on the 9th.
11:15. Okay. And you said that you were there for inside the establishment for, you said 7 to 10 minutes.
Yes, that's correct, approximately.
Okay. And you had a single encounter with Mr. Champ? Is that's what you testified?
Actually, I saw him inside the establishment as well as on the outside while I was sitting talking with the bartenders.
Earlier, you testified that you saw him the one time when he was leaving, right?
I saw him once inside the establishment. That's when the bartender, Victoria, identified him as the chef and owner. I did not have any conversation with him at that time. He was exiting out of the establishment or going towards the front. It wasn't until I was sitting outside the establishment that I actually engaged in a very brief conversation with him.
When you were outside, you said that you were sitting with 3 other individuals?
Correct.
And what were the names of these individuals?
So the only one that I got the name of that I recalled specifically was Victoria. One of the other waitresses, she indicated that she commutes back and forth periodically from, I believe she said, Ohio. And then there was another female who identified herself also as a bartender. Off the top, I cannot recall what her name was, but it was not Marcel Folk, who's the name of the caterer.
Well, how many people were outside?
It was
That
myself.
evening when you were there.
It was myself and the 3 female bartenders.
And nobody else outside, just the 4 of you at 11:15 that evening.
Correct.
Did you take any notes, ma'am?
I put my notes in the form of a case report. Yes, sir.
When was that done?
It was done the same night of the incident.
Did you make reference to your contact with Mr. Cham?
I would have to refer back to my notes, but again, I would like to reiterate. I would like to reiterate that the conversations that I had that night were basically an open mic conversation that my investigators also overheard.
This open mic discussion, was it recorded in any way?
Yes, it was partially recorded.
Okay. And where is that? Was that recording provided to as a part of your report?
It was not. There was no way for me to attach an audio recording to a PDF file.
The drink you said that you bought, did you consume it?
I did consume the alcoholic beverage, yes.
How long were you outside with the 3 ladies?
When I first arrived, I would say I was probably with them maybe 5 minutes. And then, as I indicated before, I was inside the establishment for approximately 7 to 10 minutes. After that, I went back outside and talked with them for approximately another 10 minutes. So in total, I would say I probably conversed with those 3 females, probably 15 minutes in total.
Did you attempt to have a discussion with Mr. Cham?
I had the brief discussion with Mr. Cham, as I indicated, when he was outside going back inside the establishment, where we had the brief conversation about the oxtails. Again, I have to reiterate that I was in an undercover capacity, and so I was obtaining information as a patron, not as an investigator.
And your discussion with Mr. Cham was about the purchase of food, right?
It was the purchase of food, yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated you're working with Leon Harris.
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone, well, any of your support units, did they take any photographs of what was occurring?
I believe there may have been a photograph taken of me sitting outside the establishment with the drink on the table.
But that was not in your report.
No, it was not.
And there was no photographs of anybody inside the event, right?
Again, I was in an undercover capacity. Taking photos while in that capacity would have blown my cover. So no, there were no photos taken inside.
You had mentioned before that Mr. Harris had seen the windows or the curtains wide open and could see inside a bar, etc., on a different occasion when it was closed, right?
That was earlier in that night, just before I went into the undercover capacity. That wasn't a different day. That was just immediately prior.
Okay. Any photographs taken of the open window and the bar?
She attempted to take a photograph, but I believe it came in too blurry. And so I'm not sure if it was because she was riding in the vehicle with another investigator and trying to take a photo at the same time. But it was not included in my case report, no.
And you're saying that, how many people were inside the establishment when you were in there in your 7 to 10 minute encounter?
It was myself, the 3 female bartenders that I spoke to outside the establishment. There was another older or mature female who also said she was a bartender. There was a large black male with the security shirt on, and then there was a DJ.
Well, I guess my question, there were no other customers according to you?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Redden, how did you gain access to the establishment?
I was invited in by Victoria and the 2 other bartenders. So I walked right in the front door.
Did you know these individuals prior?
No, I did not.
So you were just a casual observer who just was invited into the establishment to purchase purchase alcohol?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, but how did this conversation come about? How were you invited in to purchase alcohol? Walk us through that, please.
Okay. So I approached the front of the establishment. I saw the 3 females there. I acted as though I was looking for some companions who were celebrating a birthday. So I tried to get directions to other establishments. I think I just randomly named some establishments that off the top of my head, either I believe were in the area or not. I asked them specifically if it was a possibility that my friends were inside the establishment, since it appeared to be an event or some type of activity going on based on the loud noise music that I was hearing and based on the lights. At some point, Victoria or one of the bartenders said I pretty much looked frazzled, I think is the term that they use, because I couldn't find out where I was supposed to be and supposed to be meeting my friends. So she invited me in to make me a drink to kind of help take the edge off, I guess.
But why did you take the drink back outside?
Because I wanted to be outside visible so that the investigators who were also monitoring the incident had eyes on me and could verify my safety.
So where outside were you?
Just outside the front door, there was like a dark colored velvet sofa and two velvet chairs that were out there and a table.
Would this be considered a sidewalk cafe?
That I'm not absolutely certain, just because I don't know the specific definition of or the criteria for a sidewalk cafe.
But was this a portion of the establishment?
Yes.
No,
The
I'm
decoration,
sorry.
the design of the chairs matched the design of the chairs that were also inside the establishment.
Do you know, and if you don't know, you can say, do you know if is a caterer allowed to can if someone is at a catered event, do you know whether or not that individual can take a drink outside the event? Do you know, outside the confine of the building?
That I'm not certain of.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Any other board members have let me see, any other board members hold on, I might have, hold on. But let me ask you, any other questions by any board members? Let me ask you one last final question, Ms. Ryder. Do you know whether or not can a customer leave a premises with an open container?
I do not believe you can leave the premise with an open container. And before I left out of the establishment, I specifically asked the bartender if it was going to be okay for me to step outside because the noise was extremely loud inside. And she said, hold on, let me check and make sure. And it was my understanding she was going to check with Mr. House soon to see if it was okay with him for me to take that beverage out. She came back and said, yes, it was okay. And at that time, I exited the establishment with the drink in hand.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right.
Okay.
I have no questions for you. You have all right. All right. The board doesn't have any other witnesses. Mr. Jobson, do you want to make a closing statement? So I'll bring this hearing to closure.
Just very, very briefly, the accounts presented today are stark in comparison. They're very different. Mr. Cham indicates that there is a catered event that would have ended around midnight, that the operators of the event would have been Jador, supported by the licensed caterer, that it would have ended around midnight. The investigator comes in and says, well, at that time there was nobody there. That may be the only consistency, that people would have been leaving if the event ended at midnight. The question really is whether the investigator knew or had contact with the person or the three people that she was in contact with, whether or not they were the caterer. She says no, but it doesn't mean that the caterer would not have been there. I believe that Mr. Cham is saying that he saw them having contact. So I guess there's a question as to credibility. I don't believe the receipt is necessarily helpful. It doesn't necessarily show the item, but assuming that it was a drink, this is still under the guise of maybe Jador, who is continuing to operate the event that evening, although not the prepaid event, but they would have been selling drinks. Something was made with respect of what was seen by the investigator before looking through windows, but again, sadly, no helpful evidence, whether there's no photographs that would have been, even if it was blurry, that was not submitted to the board. So we don't necessarily know the credibility of that. I believe that there are some discrepancies, certainly with respect of the tips that brought the investigator to the location, it being the 9th or event actually on the 10th, and with the observations in relation to who was there. We just believe that there are some questions as to the accuracy and the completeness of the investigation. So, with that, along with what was submitted on behalf of Mr. Cham, we would submit that there is certainly a question as to the credibility of the investigation, that you find that there was no breach, certainly by Mr. Cham on the 9th of May, and that the cease and desist notice was not appropriate in the circumstances. May it please you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on on board order. This is the request for the cease and desist hearing for board order number 2025-642. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon the cease and desist hearing for Moi Moi Restaurant Board Order number 2025-642 for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
And I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Mr. Jobson, thank you for your presentation today. You have a great day. We'll issue a
I'm grateful
decision
to
shortly.
thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right. I know the hearing is over, so you can remove yourself, Mr. Cham. I know we're off schedule, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a 10-minute break because we have another hearing that we need to do this morning. So it's 12:43. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and so we'll be on the record. We'll come back at 12:53 to resume our morning calendar. Okay. We're back on the record. Let me go through a calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 ULC 00030, Orbit DC lifted shop dispensary and weed delivery, unlicensed cannabis retailer. This case has been canceled due to the submission and offer in compromise to the board for its review and consideration. And the last case on our morning calendar is a fact-finding hearing. It's Silas Angel, license number 131487. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Jamal Ali, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Klein. Can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein of the Veritas Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant.
And who else is here with you this afternoon, Mr. Klein?
Taj is here. He's the principal of the applicant. He is here with me. His name is Taj Jamal Hussein Ali.
Well, can he come on camera and identify himself for the record?
Taj, can you get on camera?
Mr. Ali?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. I apologize.
He's new at this, Mr. Chair. We do it all the time, right?
If you see start video, please click that.
Oh.
All right, can you, sir? Okay, fine. I can see you now.
There we
Can you
go.
spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yeah, Tajamal Ali.
I need you to spell it for the record, so there's a court reporter who can, so they can spell your name appropriately, sir.
No worries. Tajamal, it's Tajammal, and last name is Ali, Ali.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the owner.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Mixon, do you want to identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning. Cameron Mixon, CAMERONMIXON with Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the applicant.
Thank you. All right. Okay, this is a motion for reconsideration of a board order. I think in this particular case, a motion for reconsideration was filed by Silas Angels. The motion requested that the board reconsider republishing Silas Angels' placard notice that was rescinded on April 2nd, 2025 due to an agency concerned that it violated DC Official Code Section 25-375 and Section 25-375B, which prohibits a nightclub from being located 600 feet from a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use. It is the allegation, it's the position of the board that here, 15 feet from the property line is located 1828-1834 Jefferson Place Northwest, popularly known as the Jefferson Row Condominium. The initial placard notice was based on a GIS map that failed to recognize the Jefferson Row Condominium as a residential building, but rather as a mixed-use development. And so you therefore, Mr. Klein, is asking the board to reconsider its position. So it is your forum, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before they get to the merits list, let me just give some background and a preliminary statement. First of all, thank you for allowing us to be here. We're here with the applicant exercising its rights to due process, something that seems to be in short supply in this country at this point on various issues. But we're very happy that the board understands that applicants are entitled to due process. Before I get to substance, I mean, let me say that the applicant applied, and I think what we left out of the preliminary is that this involves nude dancing. It's a nude dancing establishment, and the code provision that Mr. Chair you cited relates specifically to nude dancing establishments and where they can be located. When the application was filed, there seemed to be, based upon what's been relayed to us by the applicant, substantial vetting of the location, and the location was deemed to be approved. And as a result of that, the applicant went forward, expended substantial sums in going forward with this location, and started working productively with the neighborhood to resolve any objection that they might have. And suddenly, with no advance notice, no notice, the placard was rescinded. Now we hold ABCA and this board in the highest esteem in terms of way process is conducted in the District of Columbia. We frequently hold up this agency and this board as a shining example as to the way things should be handled, but it seemed to be a failure in this case because for the applicant to find out only by checking the board's dispositions that its application procedure was being interrupted with no prior notice was unfair. But be that as it may, we're here and we're here to talk about the merits. Now, Mr. Chair, you indicated that Jefferson is 15 feet away and it has residences. Well, that's not the standard in the statute. What the statute refers to is the transfer of a nude dancing establishment is barred to a location that has two things. First of all, it has to be in the central business district. But aside from that, there are two things that both have to exist, and the board has previously ruled that they're both required for the application to be barred. One is another nude dancing establishment within 600 feet. There is no argument, no issue here that there's another nude dancing establishment within 600 feet. The other prong that must be satisfied for the location to be disqualified is that there not be within 600 feet a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use or a building permit for residential construction. Now, we don't find either of those. And indeed, the certificate of occupancy, which seems to have been relied upon by ABCA to revoke the placards, suspend the placard period, is not for residential purposes specifically. It merely says it's for a condominium. Now, a condominium is a form of ownership. It's not a use. I mean, maybe some people believe that condominiums are only residential. We have supplied several certificates of occupancy in our submissions, which reflect that condominiums can be, and frequently are, for commercial use as well. So that certificate of occupancy, which is the only one as far as we know that's been relied upon, is not for residential use. Now, even if it is inoperative because the statute, or the regulation, I should say, which governs certificate of occupancies, says that you can't use a building or you can't have a change of ownership unless there's a new C of O. Now, the C of O that was issued to what in real estate parlance is called the declarant. The declarant is the entity which organizes the condominium, makes the filing with the recorder of deeds. They're the developer. That's who they are. And then once there's been substantial completion of the condominium building, and there have been occupancy by the occupiers, be they residents or tenants. There's a turnover of the building to the condominium association. Now, at that point, the condominium association is required, as a matter of regulation, to go in and get a new C of O. Well, that never happened. So at this point, there is no certificate of occupancy, either for residential use or for anything else related to this condominium building. So the second prong, which would disqualify a new dancing establishment at this location, is not satisfied, because we do not have within 600 feet a certificate of occupancy for residential use, nor do we find a building permit for residential construction of the premises. Now, any old building permits, as for those of you that know the process, they ultimately merge into a completed project, whether it's a certificate of occupancy or not, but they would not be operative at this point. So we don't see anything that would bar this application from going forward. We think it was improvidently interrupted as we were making great progress with the community, resolving the issues. And we would submit, as a matter of law, this applicant should be entitled to move forward with its application. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
So, so is there a certificate of occupancy for this building?
There's not an operative one at this point.
But is there was a certificate of occupancy ever issued for this building?
Yes, there was.
And
a
the certificate
of
Go ahead.
The certificate of occupancy was issued to what is known as the declarant, the developer of the property, and it was for a condominium.
So
it's not a use. It's condominium as a form of ownership.
But what's people always say, and I'm not sure if this is, maybe I'm dating myself, because folks always say, what is a Black's Law Dictionary? What is a condominium? I'm asking you, what is what's a condominium?
A condominium is a horizontal form of ownership. Condominiums were created so that if you had a multi-level building, and they've since been expanded to other types of uses, but if you had a multi-level building, that you could divide ownership among owners of the various levels, or ownership among different units on the various levels of the building. It's called a horizontal property regime. That is what a condominium is. It doesn't define the use. It's merely a form of ownership.
So you're saying that you don't believe that a condominium refers to would refer to a premises as a residence?
Absolutely not. I mean, that's black letter law. I mean, it is a form of ownership. I mean, I'm in the process right now. I mean, just as an aside, I'm working with a client who operates a restaurant, and they are going to buy the condominium in which their restaurant operates.
So what's are you familiar with 25-37482 that states that a certificate of occupancy for residential use is described under 25-37482 may include full use of a residence or partial or mixed use as both commercial and residence. Therefore, where a certificate of occupancy for condominiums allows for both residential and commercial use, it is reasonable to interpret as being for residential use. Under 25-374-8 I thought you knew all these regulations like the back of your hand, Mr. Klein.
I'm trying, Mr. Chair.
I'm just being facetious, sorry.
I know you are. It's fine. So you're saying 25-37482. A2. (25-3482).
No, 374. 374
Oh.
A2.
Oh, 374. Oh, that one I know well. Yeah. Yeah, A2 refers to a certificate of occupancy for residential use. Yes.
But so how do you? But wouldn't under that? I'm sorry, but under that statute, wouldn't this be considered a residence? Your interpretation.
Well, that's not what the council said. The council didn't say a residence within 600 feet. They certainly could have, but that's what they meant. There was some discussion in the legislative history, which we quoted in our papers, that they were referring to zoning. And if we're going to look to zoning, this property is not zoned residential. So it's a little unclear, but what is very clear is it doesn't say we do an independent inquiry as to whether there are residences there. That's nowhere in 374. 374 says 600 feet from a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use. Now, none's been produced. We haven't seen, and the only certificate of occupancy that's been produced is inoperative, because it was issued to the prior owner. So it doesn't even mean anything. It has no force of law at this point, because the regulations clearly state that you can't make use of a building or change ownership without a new C of O. So they're in violation. We don't care about that. We're not here to get the building in trouble. It's not our issue. But the point is that C of O is inoperative. But the statute clearly, in my mind, requires a certificate of occupancy upon which the board would rely to prevent an application such as this from going forward if there were also another new dancing establishment within 600 feet.
All right, but you're saying that this building does not have a certificate of occupancy. Is that your argument?
The condominium building?
Yes.
I'm saying that one was issued, but it would be inoperative as a matter of law because of the requirement that upon the turnover of the condominium to the condominium association, they were required to get a new C of O. And that's the only C of O. But more importantly than that, the C of O that we're looking at is not for residential use.
But let me ask,
it just says it's for condominium use, and a condominium could be either.
But what regulation are you relying upon that states that they should have gotten a new certificate of occupancy?
12 DCMR 110.3A. And I'll read the second part of it.
I'm sorry, you
No
said 12.
change.
You said, I'm sorry, 12 DCMR.
12 DCMR 110.3A.
Go ahead. What does that state?
And the second part of it says, it first says, until a certificate authorizing the use and occupancy of the premises has been issued, no person shall use or occupy any premises for any purpose, and no change in the existing use, occupancy classification, occupancy load, tenant floor layout, or ownership of any premises or any portion thereof shall be made for any purpose. So, I mean, they're required to get an AC of O. They didn't. But, I think that's important. I think more important is the fact that there's no C of O for residential use. And, is the board going to now go do inquiries to make sure that people aren't sleeping in offices? Because, C of O's for an office, but somebody's living there. It seems to me, from an administrative efficiency standpoint, the board wants to rely on the statute as written. which is an inquiry. Is there a certificate of occupancy for residential use for premises within 600 feet of the proposed premises? And here there's clearly not. And we can say, oh, there are people living there. Well, okay. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't, but there's no C of O. And the statute doesn't say people living within 600 feet. It doesn't say any residents within 600 feet. It says a certificate of occupancy for residential use. We can't read that out of the statute. It would be reversible error, in my opinion.
But you're saying that by operation of law, that certificate of occupancy, but has that certificate of the initial certificate of occupancy, has that been revoked?
No, it doesn't need to. It hasn't been revoked, but the point is that it's inoperative because the regulation says it is under 12 DCMR. It says you got to get a new one. So you can't. If let's take a different example. If an inspector walked in there and said, "Let me see the C of O," and they gave him the C of O, the inspector would say, well, go back to the land records and say, "Well, wait, you don't own this. This is no good. It doesn't work." I mean, your investigators would do that in an ABC license establishment in a minute.
But I guess the argument is that you're saying that they don't have a valid certificate of occupancy, but doesn't that run? I mean, but who's making that determination that are you asking our agency to determine that the initial certificate of occupancy is no longer valid? Is that analysis you're asking who's making the argument that there is no valid certificate of occupancy?
Well, we're making the argument that there's no valid certificate of occupancy for residential use. First and foremost, that's the primary argument, and then secondarily, the argument is, okay, you want to try to rely on this the old C of O that was issued to the developer, even it is inoperative. But more importantly than that, it does not reference residential use. It's not, and we gave you examples. I'm not going to bore the record with them. They're already in the record because they're in our filing. We gave you examples of other C of Os that clearly state some residential use, an apartment house, and things like that. Those are for residential use. But obviously up to the board, but not up to the board, because I don't think the board has the authority to now do an inquiry as to what's there. Nor do I think the board should do that as a matter of administrative efficiency, because that means whenever there's one of these cases, it seems to me, if the board's going to be consistent and apply the law the way the chair is suggesting, you better go look. Make sure somebody's not living in their office or using some premises for residential use without a certificate of occupancy, because you seem to want to go behind the requirement that there be a certificate of occupancy for residential use. And there clearly is not a certificate of occupancy for residential use in this situation.
But under 11 DCMR section 302.2, it states that a certificate of occupancy is not required for dwelling unit. Per section 302, certificates of occupancy shall not be required for the following separate dwellings, or basically a single dwelling unit, but under that analysis, under 11 DCMR section 302.2, are there dwelling units in the Jefferson? Are you aware if there are any dwelling units in the Jefferson condominium?
I don't have any knowledge. I mean, my office used to overlook that building, and there were at some time, but I know a lot of them have been converted to commercial. I couldn't tell you what's there now. But the question is that where we want to go? We want to do an inquiry? We want to do an independent inquiry despite the requirements of the statute, to go behind it, even though the statute, I mean, the council could have easily said, as I said before, could have easily articulated, if there is a residence within 600 feet, and they could have gone further, a legal residence within 600 feet, then if there's also a nude dancing establishment, the location is barred. They easily could have done that, but they didn't do that. They said a certificate of occupancy for residential use. So, you know, in terms of what's going on there, it seems to me that inquiry is beyond the board's authority under the statute, which simply requires that there be a certificate of occupancy for residential use, and there's not one.
And so you're saying that a certificate of occupancy for condominium buildings would not be applicable because it doesn't, a condominium building is not necessarily for residential use.
As a matter of law, it clearly is not. It is a form of ownership. It's not a use, it's a form of ownership. As I mentioned before, a condominium is a horizontal property regime. And if you create one, then that doesn't identify the uses that might be made there. They could be anything. They could be industrial. You could do a condominium that was an industrial. So it's not, and you know, in common parlance, people talk about buying a condo, people might think residential. Those of us that do this and work in real property and real estate brokers and real estate agents and property people, they know that that does not identify use. That's just a form of ownership. And that means, well, we better look at the condominium documents, we better look at the declarations, we better look at the bylaws, and the bylaws might restrict use, but it's not a use. It's a form of property ownership.
Any
so the C of O that's being
sir.
looked at doesn't have a use on it.
Any questions by any board members?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
So, Mr. Klein, you mentioned because the Jefferson Place doesn't have a certificate of occupancy, that it should not be considered as a condominium or residential space. Therefore, the space that you want to have placarded should then gain that placard. Is that correct?
No, maybe. Let me see if I can clarify. We're not saying it's not a condominium. It clearly is a condominium. The appropriate documents have been filed, but there is no certificate of occupancy for residential use.
And therefore, your establishment, Silo's Angels, should receive the placard.
Yeah, let's back up. Silo's Angels should receive the placard as being located in the Central Business District. And by the way, this applicant's already been approved for transfer. So they're the holder of they're the licensee under the license, kind of neither here nor there. Now we're talking about, can it be transferred to this location? So they're entitled to have that license at any location in the Central Business District, subject to protest, of course, as long as two conditions are not present. And those two conditions under 25-374 are, number one, that there's not another nude dancing establishment within 600 feet. We concede that there is. And number two, that there is not a premises with a residential certificate of occupancy within 600 feet, which is what we're here fighting about. We don't think there is, and we think the rescission of the placards, well, first of all, the rescission of the placards before we were called in and had a hearing, I just don't even understand, particularly given the history of this agency, but let's put that aside. But here we are, and there is no C of O for residential use within 600 feet, Therefore, the application should be allowed to go forward. It meets the requirements.
And so
or to put it, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So if you are placarded and then someone comes into that Jefferson Place building and then applies for the certificate of occupancy, what then happens?
Nothing. I mean, at that point, we're dealing with the facts and circumstances as they are now. I mean, anything could happen. That building could be turned into a police station or whatever, and none of that would change. I mean, we don't go back and then redo licenses because of changed circumstances. I think we run into some due process issues if that were to be done, and that's never done. Even zoning doesn't work retroactively.
So if it's my understanding that for residential properties, there is no requirement for a certificate of occupancy because it's inherent in its building of construction, such as it being a condominium, how do you work around that? What's the workaround?
There is a requirement for a certificate of occupancy for multifamily dwellings. There absolutely is for multifamily dwellings. And had there been a C of O for a multifamily dwelling at this location, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't waste your time, but there isn't.
And so we made much of the definition of condominium. And do you agree that the Condominium Act at 42 1901.02 is a reliable statute here for defining what a condominium is?
Give it to me again. 41 what?
It's 42-1901. And the definitions is 02, so 1901.02, the definition of condominium. Can we agree that that's how we define condominium?
Probably. Let me just take a quick look at it if you don't mind. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, power forward, right?
Yep. And we don't see the words residential there anywhere.
That's more so for the purpose of understanding what we're talking about when we're talking about a condominium, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
So if we agree that that's a condominium, whether you agree that, and this is something that we'll have to do, or I will have to do more research on to speak more, affirmatively about it, but to know that there is no requirement for a residential property to have a certificate of occupancy. You're saying it is required for a building such as a condominium.
No, I didn't say that. Just to be clear, what I said that there is a requirement for multifamily dwellings to have certificates of occupancy.
But and if that isn't in existence right now, then therefore the establishment Los Angels should be placarded because the Jefferson condominium building right now lacks the certificate of occupancy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no further questions. I think I guess if there's anything, it would be for us to understand. In your position is that if that status changes for the Jefferson Place, that should not then affect Los Angels.
Not if they're in for an application, no.
I think what he's saying that if the use, I've applied for the license, and if the use of use changes after the application, it's not retroactive. And I think
Correct.
that's the argument that's been stated. So prior to the application, we need to know what the usage is. And so I guess your argument is that prior
I
to
respectfully disagree. I don't think we need to know what the use is.
well, no,
because
I was just responding to the question between yourself and Board Member Jones. That's what I was stating.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, this is your given the board and its legal office a lot of homework. So any final comments that you want to make, why you believe that the agency was in error in withdrawing the placard and notice?
Well, let me say first, to put it affirmatively, we don't think the agency was in an error when it issued.
No, I said that's what I said. I said in withdrawing the placard.
I know,
That's
I
what I said.
understand.
Okay, all right.
I understand, but yes, I mean, mainly, I think we have to look at the statute. The board can obviously construe the statute, but is stuck with the written language of the statute. And the written language of the statute clearly says a certificate of occupancy for residential use. And I don't think the board can just say, well, maybe they meant zoning, or maybe they meant this, or maybe they meant that. I think that even a construction of the statute requires that the provision of the statute requiring a certificate of occupancy for residential use be satisfied. And in terms of what, the board is charged with interpreting statutes to the extent that they're ambiguous, which means we go back and look at the intent of the council. What's illustrative in the intent of the council and the legislative history, there were discussions about zoning. Is that we shouldn't have these places within 600 feet of residentially zoned property. Now, if that were the ruling, that's fine. We're not. That's not what the council said when they passed the statute. They introduced this concept of a certificate of occupancy for residential use. So I think it's the board's obligation to make a determination that there is no such certificate of occupancy in existence, and to rely on the condominium certificate of occupancy for the reasons that we've discussed today would be wrong, because condominium does not describe residential use. It describes a form of ownership. And then to bootstrap and say, well, there are people living there. I think that would be wrong as a matter of law. As I pointed out before, and I think it's worth pointing out again, I think that's going to cause problems in the future if that's the ruling, because that means you got to look at everyone and go make sure nobody lives there, whether they have a C of O or not. Now, I had one of these a few years ago, and the board may or may not recall. Well, most board members probably weren't here, where I was in the rare instance of being on the other side, one of the few times in the last 40 years or so that I've represented someone who was opposed to an application. And in that one, we produced a certificate of occupancy for residential use. And that was what barred them from going forward. And we think that was appropriate. That was correct. But here we don't have that. There is no such CFO. So I think the board, if the board's going to rule against us, you're going to twist yourself in knots to do so, because I don't know how you're going to get there, unless we just ignore the law. And we respect and appreciate that the board won't do that. The board's going to follow the law. And we would ask that you do that and find that this premises can move forward. There is no bar for it moving forward with a license application for nude dancing. And then we can resume our very productive conversations that we've had with the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, which seemed to be going swimmingly up until the time that our placards were rescinded.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. The board will take this matter
Thank
under
you.
advisement, and we will issue a decision accordingly. All right, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you all. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. All right. I want to advise the public that I think we had something in the chat. Our afternoon session will start at 2:30. I know it's 1:30 and we're supposed to be in our afternoon, but the board, I still have some agenda items to move forward with, and the board has to stop for a lunch break. So let me do, so I need to do our calendar items, and once we do our calendar items, our agenda items, the board is going to break for lunch, and we will resume at 2:30 this afternoon. All right, so let me do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is the review of an amendment to a settlement agreement. This is Green Almond Pantry and My Little Chamomile, Chamomile, Chamomile. The license number is 118331. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise, and this is in case number 25 CMP 00028. Viet Chopsticks Restaurant, license number 116045, and the offer in compromise is as follows. There's one charge, no ABC manager. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25. DC Code Section 25701, there's a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of offer in compromise. This is for cases number 24 CMP 00074, 25 CMP 00005, 25 CMP 00015, 25 CMP 00029, and 25-251-00001 and 25-251-00006. This is again 1831 Bar Lounge, ABCA license 116855. All right, so this is the offer in compromise for case number 24 CMP. For case number 24 CMP 00072, charge 1, operated and provided entertainment outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-723B2, 25-762A, and 25-762B13. There's a fine of $2,500 payable within 30 days of the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. There's a 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduced hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Case number 25 CMP 00005, charge 1, operated and provided entertainment outside of approved hours, secondary racketeer violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25723B2, 25-762A, and 25762B13. There's a fine of $2,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other term, 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Case number 25 CMP 00015. Charge 1, operated and provided entertainment outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25723B2 and 25-762A and 25762B13. There's a $2,500 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Charge 2, fail to follow settlement agreements, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There's a $750 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The next charge, operated and provided entertainment outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25723B2 and 25762A and 25762B13. There's a $2,500 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Case number 25 CMP 00029. Charge 1, failed to follow settlement agreement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6, a $750 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Case number 25-251-00001. Charge 1, operated outside of approved hours, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25723B2, 25762A, and 25762B13. There's a fine of $2,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, including ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Case number 25251-00006. Charge 1, operated outside of approved hours. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25723B2, 25762A, and 25762B13. There's a fine of $2,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. The next charge, allowed the establishment to be used in an unlawful or disorderly manner. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 2502.01A, 25-823A1, and 25-823A2. There's a fine of $2,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. The next charge, failed to provide security footage within 48 hours of request, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836G3. A $2,500 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sales in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. The next charge, transferred ownership without board approval, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25405. There's a fine of $2,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. 2-day suspension, 1 day served consecutively with all other suspended days, including weekends, and 1 day stayed for 1 year. Reduce hours of operation to the hours of legal alcohol sale in the district, ending at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. I therefore make a motion that the offering compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr.
Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows and Mr. Jones second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
I just wanted to say that this establishment, as you can see, that it's many different infractions. I hope that they can operate legally and correctly in the District of Columbia, and we do not have to have them before us in the future. Thank you for my discussion.
Mr. Jones.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of motion to stay or dismiss show cause matter. This is 12 after 12, case number 24 CMP dash 00021, license number 117281. This matter will be continued to June 4th, 2025, or on our June 11, 2025 agenda. Number 5, review of request to reinstate cancel license. This is Law Society, license number 083420. I make a motion that we approve this. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Miss Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right, number 6, review of protest petition deadline extension. This is for Cafe 8, license number 077797. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, and second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review request to reinstate canceled license. This is Gala Hispanic Theater, license number 072095. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review request to reinstate cancel license. This is DC Capitol Square Bar and Grill, license number 118000. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review request to reinstate cancel license. This is Apayo APPIOO, license number 094795. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of letter from ANC 4D. This is regarding Epic Restaurant and Lounge, license number 129639. This is an FYI for the board. We move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. Review of amendment to settlement agreement. This is Pupatelia, Pupatella Pizza, license number 121435. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. There are 3 agenda items on this agenda. I will review all 3, make some recommendations, and then I'll ask that the ABC board members approve the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, review of motion for reinstatement. This is for Ahola LOHA. This is license number 129362. The board will continue this matter for 1 week because the pending protest respondent period is still open. Number 2, review of motion to leave to amend to file amend motion to reinstate application. This is for Proper Exotica. This is case number 25 PRO 00009, license number 128697. The recommendation for approval. And number 3, review of final rulemaking on remediation and testing. Approval to submit to the council. The recommendation is approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to a notice of legal agenda medical cannabis. There are two establishments on this agenda. I will review the terms of the offer and compromise for both cases, and I'll make a recommendation, and then I'll ask the board to approve the recommendations of the chair. Number 1, review of offer and compromise. This is for Happy Buds, 25 ULC 00001, and the offer and compromise for Happy Buds is as follows. Charge 1. Products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent shall cease operating as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or taking any other action that violate DC Code Section 7-1671.08. Number 2, A, respondent shall cease all cannabis activities on the premises. B, respondent agrees not to sell or deliver cannabis or cannabis products online without a medical cannabis license. 2, remediation. To remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business, respondent will change its business model and operate as a gem under the trade name Airtight. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of License and Consumer Protection, DLCP. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. Number 4, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraphs 1 and 2 are filled. The recommendation will be, for this case, would be approval. The next offering compromise is let me find it. It's for case number 25 ULC 000030. It is Orbit DC lifted dispensary and weed delivery. And the offering compromise for this case: products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products and agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products: cannabis or cannabis-derived products, including all cannabinoids, hemp and CBD, creatinine, and any Schedule I substance, including psychedelic mushrooms and diamethylene, dimethylltryptamine, DMT. Number two, remediation. To remediate the unlicensed sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business, respondent will change its business model to a legitimate retail operation under the trade name National Hip Hop Museum. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of License and Consumer Protection, DLCP. 3. Inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1 until such time as a medical cannabis retail license is issued by the ABCA board, ABC board licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in the OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis retail license. Number 5, lifting of summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the multi-agency cannabis enforcement team, MCET, has inspected the entire premises. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraphs 1 and 2 have been lifted. Respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary suspension showing it is satisfied with paragraphs 1 and 2, and the district agrees not to impose that motion should it agree that the terms have been met. And the recommendation is approval. So therefore, I make a motion that the ABC board approves the offer and compromise for both cases on the medical cannabis addendum calendar as published for May 21st. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second both motions.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the licensing agenda, alcohol licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are four licenses. Four requests. I will read all four, and I'll make a motion that the board approves the recommendations that's made by the chair. Number 1, review of qualification for full service grocery store license. This is for MITA Etho Japanese Market, license number 130386. Recommendation placard. Number 2, review application for entertainment endorsement to include dancing inside of the premises. This is for Sun's Cinema, license number 098888. Recommendation placard. Number 3, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is Fish Shop DC, license number 128628. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review of application for change of hours. This is for Holiday Inn, license number 120122. Recommendation approve. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations as made by the chair for the licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn. Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our license cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Ethiopia Eatery, license number 127444. The license did not renew. I make a motion that the ABC Board cancel this license. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the vacate cease and desist orders agenda. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on April 23rd. PACCI, P-A-C-C-I, Aber license 1233546, the licensee renew on 5/13/25, and Across the Pond Restaurant and Pub license number 1060099, the licensee renewed on 5/20/2025. I therefore make a motion that the board vacate the cease and desist orders issued on April 23rd. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the
Quinn,
motion.
second.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change agenda as published on May 21st, 2025. Without objection, the board will be approving this agenda. However, I will make some exceptions where of the published agenda, what matters needs to be highlighted. On the published agenda on the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket, then we move to number number 25. For number 25, it's Sushi Tara, new Japanese license that they had requested an event for World Pride. This matter will be rejected because DDOT denied their request for the alley. And then we move to number 34 for Project DC events. The approval is a conditional approval for 1,000. For number 4, Project DC, number 34, Project DC events. This one is also approved for 1,000. Number 34, Project DC events. A pub crawl, this is also conditionally approved for 1,000. For number 36, Project DC events, this is also conditionally approved for 1,000. Number 37, Project DC events, this is also conditionally approved for 1,000. Number 38, Project DC events, this is also conditionally approved for 1,000. And number 38, which is retroactive, that is approved. Number 40, which is also a retroactive approval, that's approved. Number 41, which is YAGO, Y-A-A, LOGOSSOU, which is number 41, that one is denied, that request is denied. Number 42, this condition retroactively, number 42, DuPont Underground, is also retroactively approved. So therefore, I make a motion that ABC Board approve the board's one-day substantial change agenda, board's temporary license and one-day substantial agenda with the changes as announced by the chair for those specific agenda items. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's administrative docket, and without objection, I make a motion that the board approves all 13 requests on its administrative docket for May 21st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The last agenda item for the morning, it's the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Excuse me, number one, review of new cannabis product. This is Pink Fox. Excuse me, license number 126422. I make a motion that we approve this. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We have concluded our business for the morning / afternoon. It's 12:04. The board, Art. I'm going to ask all board members. The board will return to our public agenda at 2:35. I'm going to ask all board members to return to executive session at 2:25. So all board members return to executive session at 2:25, and we will come back to our public agenda at 2:35. I apologize for the tardiness, but as you see, our agenda ran late this morning. So I will see the board members in executive session at 2:25 and see the public at 2:34. I'm sorry, at 2:35. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are three other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 4 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. So let's go through our afternoon calendar. The first case on the afternoon calendar is case number 25 CMP 00001, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 950169. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise was provided to the board for its acceptance, and that was accepted by the board. Please see Board Order 2025-420. The next case on the calendar is case number 24 CMP 00021, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This hearing has been rescheduled to June 11th at 1:30 p.m. And the one case now that's on our calendar is a protest hearing case, the continuation of protest case number 24 PRO 00105, Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 95032. Good afternoon, Ms. Aurier. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the applicant, and the protestants in this case?
Sure thing. Johnny Barnes, your access has been elevated. Mary Eva Tandon, access elevated. Melissa Coughlin, access elevated. And Mark Galvan, access elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon. It's a continuation of the protest hearing for Edgewood International Wine and Spirit at the, Mr. Barnes, you're not here on camera, sir.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. All right, so this is a continuation of protest case number Edgewood International Wine and Spirit. At the previous hearing, when we had our previous hearing on April 30th, the applicant had presented this case, its case in chief. Basically, where we are at, the parties had agreed that the license will be renewed, and so therefore, the purpose of the rest of the protest hearing is to determine what conditions, if any, should the board impose on the license in renewing it. And so therefore, we're at the stage where the protestant will start its case in chief. I just want also the record to reflect that on the hearing on April 30th, the licensee had requested an interpreter, but the licensee stated that for the continuation of the hearing, the interpreter is not required. Is that correct, Mr. Barnes?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me ask you, okay, so for the protest, then how many witnesses were identified in the I had informed the party that this is not a new case, it's a continuation of the first case. So whatever witnesses were disclosed for the hearing on the 30th, those are the same witnesses that must be called today. No more, you can not call everyone that was listed, but you cannot add anyone to that list. And I think what you, as on behalf of the ANC, Mr. Galvin, you had stated that you are the only person testifying. Is that still so, sir? You're on mute.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Coughlin, how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
We will have 3 today.
You have 3 witnesses, so we have a total of 4 witnesses. It is 2:32. I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
It's 3, including Commissioner Galvan. 3 total.
Well, so just 3 total, not
Yeah.
4. Okay, great. I was about to say that we still, the hearing has to be over at 5 o'clock, but I hope that we're not here at 5 o'clock. I apologize again, and I want to also apologize for our late start. It was a day today because our morning session did not conclude until 1:30, and as you see, I was getting tongue-tied, so the board had to take a lunch break. So I apologize that, but in order for us to be effective, the board had to take a break. So I apologize for our tardiness. Okay, all right. So Ms. Coughlin, how do we are there? Let me start with you, Mr. Barnes. Are there any preliminary matters before we resume the hearing this afternoon from your perspective, sir?
No preliminary matters, Mr. Chairman. I would just, for the record, I'm Johnny Barnes,
Yeah,
counsel.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record again. Start with you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Barnes, counsel for the applicants, Miss Attorney Camden. I saw her name. She should be elevated as well if she has not already. She's co-counsel.
Well, she's on the screen. She's not on camera, but I see her name on the screen. Okay.
Very well, thank you. And seated with me is applicant Nagash. To my right, come closer so they can see you on the screen. And applicant Lula Fisher should also be, she's not in the room with us today, but she should be on line and on camera.
I don't see her, so she needs to identify herself in the chat, and then we'll elevate her.
Okay, very well.
Okay, Mr. Galvin, we can start with you, sir.
Sure. Hi. Yes,
Galvin,
my name's
Galvin.
Mark Galvan, M-A-R-K. Last name Galvan, G-A-L, V as in Victor, A-N, and I'm representing the protestant in this case. Thank you.
Ms. Coughlin.
Yes, hi. My name is Melissa Coughlin.
All right, Ms. Coughlin. Ms. Coughlin. All right. We're having technical difficulties with you. So what I'm going to ask you to do, since I know what you look like, maybe you need to turn your camera off because we've already. No, I'm just saying we're already having technical difficulties from your end.
Okay. So, yep. So just to restate for the record, Melissa, Melissa, last name Coughlin, Coughlin, and I am the representative for the party of 5+ citizens protesting the application.
All right, fine. All right. So Mr. Barnes, on behalf of the applicant, had stated that there was no preliminary. He doesn't have any preliminary issues. So I'll ask you. I guess you, Ms. Coughlin, since you're the lead attorney, any preliminary issues that you have prior to us starting the hearing?
There are not. No.
All right, ma'am. I believe you guys made an opening statement at the beginning. Is that correct?
We
did.
No, I'm talking about both parties. Okay, fine. All right.
Yes.
So who is your first witness, ma'am?
I would like to call Commissioner Galvan.
All right, Commissioner Galvan, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, ma'am.
You, Commissioner Galvan, as the sponsor of ANC5F's resolution to protest the license renewal of the applicant, could you elaborate on the specific grounds for ANC5F's protest and the concerns around the establishment?
Certainly. There were a number of different preconditions that were stated in our resolution for the protest. Ultimately, the commission protested the license based on the grounds of peace order, of the effect on peace, order, and quiet on the community, and also preconditioned on matching the latest hours of nearby businesses of the same license type that are permitted to operate in the adjacent areas. And I'll mention that, you know, we also resolved that we were willing to enter into a settlement agreement as part of ANC 5F's push to try to consolidate and standardize our settlement agreements across the ANC 5F region. But those, as of today, obviously we're here today because that settlement agreement was not reached.
Great, thank you. And around the concerns that you mentioned, how were these raised to?
Yeah, so there's several different routes that the information came through. The alcohol, so the ANC 5F has different committees that are associated with different areas of focus with the commission. One of those committees is the alcohol licensing and also cannabis licensing committee. And as part of that committee, there was a community feedback form that was discussed in many of the ANC 5F full commission meetings with members of the public present. And so there were some complaints that were indicated in either an ANC full commission meeting or in the community forum, and also some that were noted very specifically in the actual committee meeting for the alcohol and cannabis licensing.
Great. If it is pleasing to the board, I'd like to share my screen for ANC's Exhibit 004, which is the community feedback form.
Mr. Oyena, can you allow Ms. Coughlin to share her screen? And so you have to turn your camera. I believe you have to turn your camera then on to share your screen so we can see, ma'am. I believe so.
Okay. Let me.
All right, you have access, so I'm seeing your screen, ma'am. So go ahead.
Great. Okay, so Commissioner Gilvan, could you have you seen this form before? Could you describe what we're presenting?
Yes, I can. So it's a little difficult for me to read. Hold on, let me see if I can make this full screen on my end here.
No, you have to increase you have to increase the document, ma'am, so we can all read it.
Is this better?
Yeah, just give it a second to load on my end. So this community forum, I believe, came through originally as a Google form that was shared with different community members. So there are different forms that can be added to this. So on the left, there's the indication, or the first column is the actual licensee. And then whether, is a question or concern. I apologize, it's a little difficult for me to read. Maybe it's not loading on my end. But then there was a free form section on the right for comments to indicate where some of those different concerns were from members of the community that were a part of that submitted these forms. And as you can see, there are several different community members who brought up concerns regarding this particular applicant's issues related to this particular applicant.
Great, thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, I think, because it's also starting to slow me down here. Commissioner Gilvan, so you mentioned that this was just one of the ways that you received concerns. What are some examples of other complaints that you received from constituents outside of this feedback form, if you can recall?
Yes, and I had gotten emails from different members of the public who lived in my single member district, and I should probably state that my single member district is borders 4th Street, the west side of 4th Street, from V Street Northeast up to Channing Street on the north-south side, and then on the southern end up to Lincoln Road and Rhode Island Avenue, and then across Lincoln Road down on the west side of the property. So to be clear, the applicant's property is right across the street from a large portion of my single member district and some of the apartment complexes and single family homes that are there. And so I also, walk this area fairly often and had done so, even late at night, and had witnessed loud, cars double parked. I still see it today. I've seen people loitering outside. I think we talked about that triangle area next to it, and also in front of the business itself as well, and sometimes disruptive behaviors, yelling, screaming, public public nuisances.
Great, thanks. And before I forget, the exhibit that I just showed, which was ANC's Exhibit 004, I'd like to move that into evidence if that is amenable to everyone.
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, ANC 00, Exhibit 004 is introduced, is moved into evidence.
Commissioner Gavon, would you please describe the attempts by the ANC 5F Commission and/or any of its agents or residents that you know of to engage with the applicant in negotiations around the issues that have been identified by something like the community feedback form or the complaints that you've yielded in ANC meetings?
Yes. So last spring into summer time period, when the applicant was going up for a renewal, I and personally as commissioner want to engage applicants to be good neighbors and establish settlement agreements that are recent, and this last recent settlement agreement for Edgewood International Wine and Liquors was done in 2003, if I'm not mistaken, so it's very outdated, more than 20 years old. And so I had approached the owner, Mr. Nagash, at his store, in an afternoon, and wanted to, let him know that, we were trying to kind of consolidate and standardize the different settlement agreements across the area, and also to let him know that I had heard about a party of 5 that was planning to protest, and that the ANC 5F, if we reach a settlement agreement, can basically negate a protest. And so I left him a draft settlement agreement, which was substantially similar to what had been done in the past, and asked him if he'd like to discuss it, and I gave him my contact information. From there, I returned. Can't remember the exact date, but it was a couple weeks later or so, and it re-engaged to say, hey, did you have a chance to take a look at? And Mr. Nagash mentioned how upset he was about the settlement agreement, and how it affected him, and did not want to talk or negotiate with me based on that. And so from there, ANC 5F had called a meeting to discuss a potential protest in our I in the first protest hearing, and I think there's one of the exhibits that I can discuss that in further because I don't remember it right off the top of my head on the exact date of that, where there was a meeting, a full 5F commission meeting where this was discussed in further detail. And again, no settlement agreement, but that particular meeting, I think, lacked decorum and had some factors that I think intimidated some of the commissioners to vote a particular way. And so from there, that was not, a protest was not passed by the full 5F commission. And then shortly thereafter, the protest of 5 went forward. So I'll stop there because this could go on for a while, but I want to make sure that I'm answering your questions, Ms. Coughlin.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I'd like to share my screen again to present the ANC 5F's Exhibit 003, which is the timeline of the protest that Commissioner Galvan has been speaking to. He talked about the first third of it, and there's quite a bit more that I think would be impactful for the board to see.
You can go ahead and share your screen, ma'am. You have that ability.
Thank you. I blew it up a lot, so hopefully it is not blurry for you this time. Are you able to see?
Yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Gavan, I don't know if this will help jog your memory a little bit, but I think you got up to here back in almost a year ago in June with the protest from the ANC that didn't pass. Could you talk a little bit more about where we came from there and how we got to where we are now with regards to discussions and your efforts on behalf of the ANC to reach a settlement agreement with the applicant?
Yes, will do. So, back so after that meeting where it did not pass, there was the protest of 5 that ended up going forward and sitting at that protest, that initial roll call hearing where the applicant did not show up. And there, because of all of the additional concerns that members of the public had brought up, ABCA allowed the applicant to reapply again, and after that there was an ANC 5F meeting in September where there was more discussion with commissioners in a better managed meeting, should I say, and there was a protest that passed with some modifications from the original proposed. And so from there on out, you can see, from 9/23 all the way until where we are today, there were several cases where we engaged. I've probably myself put dozens of hours to try to find a good middle ground. And I think one of the biggest challenges I had is, when we would come to a verbal agreement in a mediation meeting or in other meetings, and the differences were minute, that we were unable to come to an agreement, and the goals kept changing, the goalposts kept moving, and so there was some frustration with the lack of good negotiation.
Great, thank you. If it is amenable to the board, I move C3 into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. I'll stop sharing my screen again. Commissioner Govan, are there any other Class A liquor license establishments nearby to this location?
Yes, there are in the immediate vicinity at least 2 or 3. I know that Sosnick's Wine and Liquor, Max Wine and Liquor. I think there's a Sun Market, not the same, but a a market that does sell liquor as well, if I'm not mistaken. And those are the ones that are similar type.
Okay, great. And again, I'd like to share my screen to show the Protestants Exhibit 4, if that is okay with everybody. Hopefully this works again. You'd think I'd know what I'm doing by the third time around here, but hopefully you can see my screen. Please let me know if you cannot. So Commissioner Gavon, are the establishments in this image familiar to you?
What document are you sharing, ma'am? You're sharing your screen, but there's no document on the screen.
Oh,
Okay. Now there is now, ma'am.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay, great. Are these establishments familiar to you, Commissioner Gavon?
Yes, yes, they are.
And according to this image, which is just, so there's the licensing hours of operation, and then there's the advertised hours of operation, but is Edgewood open more than like establishments in the area, according to this?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically later at night?
Yes.
Okay. That is all I have for this, and I'd also like to move the Protestants Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question about this particular exhibit for the witness.
What is that? No, you can't ask the witness. You can ask the witness later on, but so right now it's, do you object to the document being moved in
Object to
evidence?
this document. It does not fairly represent the Class A licenses in the area.
Miss Coughlin, where did you get this information from?
So the images are from Google, the open hours that are advertised to the public, and the hours underneath are from the actual ABCA applications. So the hours that they are available to be open may be more than the hours that are advertised.
Excuse me, and your objection, Mr. Barnes?
These do not represent the Class A licenses in the area. At least one does not.
One does not. So Sun Market is a Class B, but Max and Sosniks are Class A.
That's why I object, Mr. Chairman.
I'm of your objection. I'm gonna move it in evidence. However, I believe in the case report that they established in the case report that the hours of I'm gonna allow it in for what it's worth. However, I'll allow it in for what it's worth. Okay, let's move on.
Objection noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Thank you.
your objection is noted for the record, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Govan, in your experience, were the other establishments, we're gonna get rid of Sun Market because that's the Class B there, focusing on Max and Sosniks, have these establishments received similar feedback or experienced similar issues regarding impacts to peace, order, quiet, and vehicular or pedestrian safety?
So the alcohol licensing committee, that they solicit that feedback on a continual basis to the 5F Commission in our publicly posted meetings. So that I believe that exhibit that was attached, there are comments that can be provided on any of the Class A licenses. And so when I was engaged on this last year, the amount of complaints for Edgewood International Wine and Liquor was substantially more than any other alcohol establishment that was noted on that form. The property or excuse me, sorry. So both Max and Sosniks received minimal negative feedback, and in some cases even had some positive feedback as well. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you so much. Just a few more questions and then we'll let you go in the interest of time. In part one of this hearing earlier this month, do you recall investigator Zollicoffer indicating that MPD had been called to this location?
Yes, I believe he said it was just over 30 calls that from December 2023 to December 2024. And I don't know if for a fact if more have occurred since then, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. That was not Mrs. Zollicoffer's testimony.
Well, I mean, you can cross-examine. You get an
Very
opportunity
well.
you
Very well.
you get an opportunity to. I'm going to overrule the objection, but you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him, sir.
Very well.
And Commissioner Gavon, are you aware of any specific incidents involving public safety or disturbances that have been directly attributable to this property within the year?
Yes. So, I have heard, both directly and indirectly from neighbors about, violent incidences that have occurred. Some of them are, the neighborhood listservs, could be in the news, maybe it's next door, maybe it's, Twitter. That there's pervasive intoxication either adjacent to the property or close by. And I've heard from residents describe themselves feeling unsafe, certainly in the late night hours to walk past those due to some of those groups congregating and being under the influence. I also had heard that there was a large drug bust, including a firearm recovery in the late summer of 2024. That was among a group of patrons who were loitering, outside the establishment. I think I even recall a constituent recounting being aggressively targeted by someone asking, what's your problem with this liquor store? And being threatened that they'll, have their apartment broken into if they proceeded with, attacks against the owner. And so the store owner, and I think there's a lot of animosity that I hear about this, and kind of a sense of unease of disruptive behavior. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. And my last question, given the history of the issues that you just outlined and the complaints by your constituents, anything that you think the ANC or the applicant could do to have an immediate impact in the community to mitigate these complaints?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of different things that can be done by the applicant. In the settlement agreement, there was talk of adding signage, of adding security cameras through the MPD rebate program. Talks about reporting offenders or illicit activity that are happening outside the premises to help discourage the behavior and prevent it from being associated with this particular liquor store. I think one of the biggest things in my mind is that the hours of operations are late. It's till 1 a.m. in the morning, which there are very few other anywhere nearby that are open, all the way till 12:50 a.m. or 1 a.m. In the area. And so I've heard, based on, my discussions with the applicant's, counsel, that there can be uh, some discouragement of the applicant or the owner, narking on people who use his business, and that people will find out about, who's making those calls and who's figuring those out, and that could potentially affect the safety of that individual or of that business itself. And so in my mind, one of the only ways to really address that is to limit those hours and prevent those type of late night um, uh, people who have judgment that is impaired, that can affect, because it's not in the best interest for the owner to deny service to someone who is paying for their bills.
Mr. Galvan, at this time, I have no additional questions for Mr. Galvan, and I yield to Mr. Barnes.
All right, Mr. Barnes, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Galvin, I'll try to be quick so that you all have ample opportunity to get in the rest of your testimony. Some of my inquiries can be responded to by a simple yes or no response. You said you got feedback from the neighborhood. You saw applicants exhibit 1 with 200 signatures, neighborhood folks and patrons of the establishment. Did you talk to any of those 200 people from the neighborhood who signed applicants exhibit number 1 in support of that establishment? Did you talk to any of them?
I can't recall every single name that was on there. So I don't know that answer to that question. But if you want, I can state that I did not see that that list of signatures ahead of time to be able to engage with neighbors, if that makes sense.
Okay. Would you say it's likely that you didn't talk to any of them?
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now you talked about 30 incidents that Mr. Zoller-Coffer referred to. Do you know that any of those 30 incidents referred to or applied to this particular establishment?
Section, this is in the investigative report.
Ma'am, you can't object on that. That's his characteristic. He's asking a question, so that's not a basis to.
Sure, thank you.
I'm gonna no. You can ask it. You can raise an objection, but the way it's phrased, that's not enough. You can't object that way. So I'm overruling your objection. But if you want to rephrase it to ask something else, then. But
I'll withdraw that question, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on.
All right.
Now, just so the board is not misled or is very clear, there was more than one vote taken by the ANC on whether or not to protest this establishment. Is that right?
Yes.
And
there were 2 votes.
Yes, and the first vote was not to protest. Is that right?
That is not right. The first vote was to protest the license.
Well, why did you
and
require?
I believe that's in the exhibit that was noted earlier.
Mr. Gavan, I mean, he asked you a question, so
I'm
yes
sorry.
or no, sir. So
Apologies.
please answer the question. Ask the question that was asked, sir.
Yeah.
So can you, right?
Why did you require a second vote then, if the first vote was to protest?
The second vote occurred for a number of reasons. The first is that the meeting that occurred, there was some absences from commissioners that were not present at that first vote. Another, the second was because it had come back up, sorry, back up a second. So the first protest did not pass. It was actually a draw in terms of the number of commissioners that passed, but there were some absence, I believe 1 or 2 absences from commissioners during that meeting.
So it's your testimony now that it did not pass the first vote.
The first, yes, it was a protest for that. It did not pass the commission's, the full 5F commission, that the quorum of people that were present. Correct. And so it came up again because the party of 5 protest, when the applicant did not show up, they were allowed to reapply, and the commission, because it was the start of a new application process, the commission could go forward and do it again. And it seemed that, yeah, I'll just say this.
All right, I can get through this faster if you'll get through your responses or expeditiously. So the first vote did not pass. That's your answer in sum.
Correct.
Now you said there was a drug bust. Do you know personally that the drug bust was associated with this establishment?
I do not know.
You do not know. Do you know personally that the constituent who was bothered was associated with this establishment that you testified about?
Objection, the question's unclear.
I think that's, I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean,
sorry, can you ask the question again, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, your testimony was that a constituent said he was hassled, and I know hearsay is admissible in these hearings, but do you know personally that this constituent was hassled by this establishment? You have personal knowledge of that?
I do not know if the person who was hassling the other person was the applicant. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you were not an eyewitness to any hassling of anybody, is that right?
I was not an eyewitness.
Very well. Now, there are 3 Class A liquor licenses in the immediate area, is that correct?
Is that including Edgewood International?
Yes, including Edgewood.
Yes, the 3, the Max, Sosnick's, and Edgewood, correct.
Yeah, Sosnick's is another. Did you seek to enter into a settlement agreement with Sosnick's?
Yes.
And what did they do?
I had several back and forths with Sosnick's after the protest period had ended for them. And I had gone through back and forth with them on different parts of a similar settlement agreement that was done with Max, for example, the standard settlement agreement that we were working towards. But that agreement was not signed. They didn't refuse to sign it. They just did not sign it.
You did not. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You did not enter into a settlement agreement with Sosnick's. Yes or no?
We did not enter into a settlement agreement with Sosnick's.
Thank you.
It still could be in progress.
How late is Sosnick's open?
So Sosnick's Sosnick's opening, from what I have heard and seen, they are usually open until 10:30 p.m. But I will make the note here that their application allows for midnight. However, they are usually not open until late.
Okay. So they're allowed to be open until midnight.
That is my understanding of their application. Yes,
And
that passed and was not protested.
Mm-hmm. And do you go by there every night?
No.
How often do you check on how late Sosnick's is open?
I would say rarely.
So you don't know when they're open till midnight and when they're not. Is that correct?
And relevance.
It is relevant. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You can answer the question, Mr.
Yeah, I would say that while I may not see it every evening or walk past it, I have constituents in that area that have told me that they are often not open until midnight.
Okay. But you don't personally know that.
I do not personally check every night.
All right.
Yes.
Now, you said that Sosnick's got positive feedback based upon your engaging persons around.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly can you give us one or two statements of the positive feedback about Sosnick's?
So some of the positive feedback that I had heard is regarding keeping the area clean up in front of the property, that they refuse certain people who should not be served to, and I believe in the exhibit, and I sorry I don't have it directly in front of me, but I believe there on the community feedback form there is some that was submitted for the record, but I do not have that memorized, Mr. Barnes.
Does Edgewood keep its 10 feet clean? The applicant.
And when you say 10 feet, are you referring to the off
front
the
of the
entire
store.
property line, or to the front of the
The
street,
front of the
basically?
store.
The
only place you can see.
I would say most of the time when I pass, it is clean, but there are a handful of times I have seen that it hasn't been, but I can't recall an exact time.
You talked about signage. Does Edgewood have signage as it relates to loitering and those sort of things?
I believe they have one sign that is that says no loitering.
Yeah.
I'd have to pull up a photograph that I've recently taken, but I don't have the exact. I know that there's some signage of, alcohol, like I don't know if it's a Stella or a beer can or something cut out, but I can't remember exactly. But I do know there is a no loitering sign there.
Do they have surveillance, Edgewood?
I have seen it inside the property. I can't recall if it's on the exterior of the property.
Okay, but they do have surveillance. Mr. Calvin?
Sorry, are you asking me, do they have surveillance outside or they have surveillance inside?
Do they have surveillance? Yes or no answer is good enough.
I have seen a camera on the inside.
Okay. And have they made any reports to the police about activity in the area, if you know?
I don't recall. I think during our mediation meetings, you may have mentioned that they have called during egregious activities, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Do you know if Sosnick's called the police?
I do not know.
Okay.
I don't have any documentation of that.
What about Max? Do you know if they've ever called the police?
Objection irrelevant.
Simple yes or no response.
I guess where are we going with this, Mr. Barnes?
All right, I'll withdraw the question, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I have anything further of this witness.
All right, thank you.
I do have one.
Go ahead, sir.
Further question. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. You heard Mr. Zoller-Coffer, the board's inspector, testify, right? Last time.
Yes.
And he indicated that he reached out to you many times in an attempt to meet and resolve things with the applicant. You remember that, right?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever meet with Mr. Zoller-Coffer, Mr. Galvin?
I did not, and I recently had a newborn child and was in the midst of full-time job and a house renovation, so I struggled to meet with him during working hours.
So the answer is no. You never, even though Mr. Zoller-Coffer reached out to you many times, you never met with him.
I did not meet with him. I'll answer the question, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Your attorney objected, so but
so I did not meet with him. I did respond to his email, at which case he had already completed his work and did not allow me to provide any additional feedback. Well, maybe not, didn't allow me, but that time period had passed. I thought it was associated with something different. So that was my oversight.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members? Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for once again being here. I just wanted to get back to you had the first vote. It was a tie on your commission. How many commissioners are on your commission?
There are 7 active commissioners.
Okay, so I guess your first vote was a tie of 3-3?
I believe so. I think I have the meeting minutes as part of the, and I can hold that up to confirm.
If you don't know, if you don't recall,
it's not that. But the second vote, then you met again the following, I guess, a month, or was it 2 months?
It was several months later. It was the September meeting.
Okay, and so that obviously went in favor of a protest.
Yes, and the vote there was 5-1.
Okay, all right, and on the previous testimony of April 30th hearing, for the original hearing, there was a video shown, and it had the famous cut. I'm going to call it now the famous cut. And we did see the residents out front of that apartment building. And so that apartment building was also a newly constructed building. Is that true?
Yes. Recently constructed. I don't have the exact date on when it was constructed, but I think the new construction was probably in the past 10 years, maybe a little bit more.
Oh, that building's been there for longer than 10 years.
It has been there as long as I've been commissioner, but I've only been this is my second term. So,
okay.
And I've lived in the area since 2016, and I believe it was there shortly thereafter or already there. I can't recall exactly.
Sure, and I asked that because in my neighborhood, we have a cut in my neighborhood similar to what I witnessed in that video. And I just was wondering what the police reports would look like preceding December 2023, if they were similar to the report that was shown on April 30th. I see that the restaurant Solnick's is just right up one block. The other Max is street over. They can go till midnight. Edgewood International goes right now. Their license is until 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, till what?
And
Till
that-
1
and
a.m.
Uh-huh. And then but you don't know when those liquor stores, how long they have been in operation?
They have been in operation as long as I have known.
Okay.
But I don't have the exact times, but my guess is at least 5 to 10 years.
And you just previously mentioned there was no settlement agreement with Slowniks. I'm saying their name.
Yeah, Sosniks, yeah.
Is there an agreement with Max's?
Yes, there is a settlement agreement that was made with Max Wine and Liquor, and that was approved by the full 5F commission. I can't remember the exact date, but it did pass and was negotiated.
During your tenure?
Yeah, yes, during the tenure. I apologize if I misstated this. Sosniks doesn't have a current, in the last 2 years settlement agreement. There is an older settlement agreement that is on the books. I apologize for the confusion there.
Sure.
And I don't remember exactly what year, but it was fairly outdated as well. I think 2011 or 2012 or something. I have to confirm.
Okay, and but during your tenure, you haven't agreed past the settlement, correct?
Correct. For Sussex, no. There is, yeah. But we drafted one. We were in contact with them, and then there was no more responses.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your service too.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you for your service to the area. In a previous life, I served as an ANC commissioner in what used to be 5E, that entire area. So very familiar with the neighborhood myself. Just a question about some of the calls to MPD in response to the challenges that are faced at 4th and Adams and 4th and Rhode Island. Have you all as a commission been able to delineate the issues and the calls between the liquor store, the gas station, and the residential property? Has there been an effective way to be able to differentiate or delineate the cause and where the issue may be coming from?
With absolute certainty, no. But I think based on my walkthroughs and my discussions with MPD, their concerns, and this was also outlined in the 5F resolution that protested this, that some of the calls stem from people coming late because it's very few. Again, I know I mentioned there's very few liquor stores in that area that are open that late. There's a rush, and I think there's people nearby who want to use the store and will do public drinking outside and just walk across the street until late at night. And it's not just they may be residents, they may not be. It's hard for me to tell. I certainly see a lot of Maryland plates and people who may be outside who visiting. Maybe they were previously lived here. It's hard to tell, to be truthful.
Sure. Understood. Just two quick questions related to the crime or the cause, at least for the nuisance activity. During a period of time, there was a major construction project at that corridor. and the establishment in question was arguably impacted more than any other establishment. It seemed as if the centerpiece of the construction took place right where they are located. And you've been in the area, I believe, since 2016, correct?
That's correct.
Um, in that period between 2019 and maybe 2023, did you see a decrease in crime when the establishment was either closed or relatively restricted based on the construction?
Oh, that's hard to say, but because you're right, there's no question that uh, that construction project affected it, affected a lot of the businesses. I do think that there were the challenges with that project were as much easier to hide around that area for, to be able to see MPD to have better sight. Right now, the sight lines are great, right? If you're at Rhode Island Avenue, you can see people that are there. But there's really there was an obscured view. But I had not particularly talked to residents about whether it was worse or better since then. So I'm not really sure, to be honest. But there was a time period when I was commissioner where that was still up in place. And the activities that we see, there were some that I did see happening while it was there.
Okay. And that's good. Thank you for that information. The final question from me is with respect to the hours, are you noticing or are any of your other constituents noticing that the activity dies down once the liquor store closes, or is it sustained beyond the hours of operation outside the building?
So I think that there's certain parts that improve, right? There isn't as much, double parking, for example, because there's no reason to do that necessarily. But the activities I've heard do continue, even after it has closed down. Most of this occurs when the weather's nice and warm, and I think the difference is substantial between those different times of year. Does that answer your question?
It does. And again, thank you for your service to the area. I'm a native to that area, so I applaud all the commissioners working to do the hard work to ensure that the community that I love is sustained and that it's growing. So thank you for your service, and thank you for your time here today too. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Mr. Barnes, any questions of the witness based solely on the questions the board asked?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Coughlin, any redirect?
I do have one question in redirect for Commissioner Galvan. Commissioner Galvan, Attorney Barnes brought up the presence or lack of presence of cameras on the property. Was this brought up in any of the negotiations that you discussed with the applicant, and can you tell us a little bit more about that?
All right. You can ask that.
Well, I would object, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
but you
For the
can't ask
record,
that question. We can't discuss what was
negotiations
yeah.
are improper questions for an obvious
I'll forget the
reason.
question. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have no further questions for Commissioner Galvan, and I would like to call my next witness.
Commissioner Govan, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. You are free to go, or you can stay online. All right.
Very much.
All right. Who's the next witness?
Thank you so much. I would like to call Mr. Julian Fitzek as a witness.
Julian Fitzek. Where is Julian Fitzek? Can you turn your camera on, please?
He may need to be elevated.
All right, Julian. So can Julian Fickner, can you identify your? Okay. All right.
Hey.
So can you turn your camera on, please?
Yes.
All right, sir. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Of course. Julian, Julian, and last name Fitzek, Fietzek.
I thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Sure. Mr. Fitzek, could you please state for the record how long you have lived in close proximity to the establishment?
I've lived across the street of the establishment since late 2018.
And can you please describe for the board in your own words your experience as a neighbor of this establishment?
Yeah, absolutely. I live right across the street. My office overlooks the street, and because I work quite long hours, I oversee the street on a regular basis often until midnight. My experience has been frequently noticing large groups of people, disturbances, very loud music, often blaring from cars. I have also twice had to deal with a shooting that occurred in front of the establishment in a period of two separate weeks apart. And so generally, this recurs on a frequent basis, both during the week and during the weekend.
Great, thank you. I'd like to share my screen again, if that is okay with everybody. Give me 1 second. Hopefully this will populate, and this should have audio, and if it doesn't, yeah, so here we go. Hold on, let me hit play. Can you guys hear the audio?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear the audio.
Okay.
It's 11:30 at night. This is 4 stories away. All these people hang out here all night long, screaming. You can hear them all the way down on the ground floor. Literally screaming all night. This will happen until about 1 a.m. The liquor store engages the people. They know them. They let them hang out here. If the liquor store wasn't open,
So I'm going to stop the video because the audio over there is not something that we want to submit into evidence. This is just something from a patron. But I would like to move this.
Hold on, ma'am. Mr. Meadows, you need to put your hand down, ma'am. Okay, why do you put that video? I mean, what's the purpose? I mean, did he take this video?
No,
Is
sure.
he going to testify?
Okay,
Is
I
he
can
going to
continue.
testify? I'm sorry. Hold on. No, you showed us a video. So if you show us a video, it should be because the witness took the video, or you have the witness testify about the video. I don't know what.
Yep, understood. So Mr. Fitzek, do you recognize the location depicted in this video?
Yes, it's the sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. So where is this?
It's the Edward International Liquor Store right across the street.
Okay, and what does this video depict?
It depicts noise, people in front of the liquor store.
Okay, and does it accurately depict and align with what you experience in your lived life as a resident adjacent to this establishment?
Yes, this is pretty representative of a noisy night in front of that liquor store.
Excellent. I would move to, if it pleases the board, I'd like to move this into evidence.
Objection.
Nature of your objection, sir.
Well, there's not been a proper foundation for the with this particular witness. He did not take the video. He's testifying about crowds and loud music and noise, and the video does not indicate that those things came from this particular establishment. In fact, all the crowd is in front of the residential building or in front of the gas station. There's no crowd in front of the establishment. And there's no music coming from the establishment. It's coming from someplace else. For those reasons, I object, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Govan, before I make a ruling, you have a
Ms. Coughlin.
I'm sorry, Ms. Coughlin. Sorry, Ms. Coughlin. I'm
No
bad
worries.
with names.
I can have any last name that you'd like.
Ms. Coughlin.
No problem. I think that it's irrefutable that this is coming from people who are patronizing this store. As Mr. Fitzik said, this is something that he deals with on a daily basis, and this aligns with the distance from his apartment to the store. I can ask him some more questions. I think that this is probably taken his roof or a balcony on the side of his building facing this. Happy to do that.
I am not gonna allow this document in evidence, and the reason I don't know who took the video. It didn't appear to me that I didn't see anyone in front of the establishment. They're all to the side. I don't know why the folks were at the side, but I didn't see, at least through the video, I didn't see the crowd coming in and out of this establishment. So for those reasons, I'm not going to move this document into evidence. Okay.
Okay, great. Mr. Fitzik, could you talk a little bit about how the activity around the establishment, particularly after dark and around closing, impacts your overall sense of safety and security in your
So in the nights where I am trying to go to sleep at around 11:30, there is often frequent noise going until 1 o'clock, up to 1 o'clock in the morning, which is a significant issue. I have also witnessed altercations, loud altercations in front of the establishment on a regular basis.
And do these altercations happen, or does any of this noise happen when the establishment is not open?
I haven't. So I have witnessed altercations 10 to 15 minutes after the establishment is closed, but generally after half an hour or 45 minutes, it quiets down.
What about during the day, early morning hours, times when the establishment is not actually operating?
There are no issues in the morning hours.
Great, thank you. And have you had to alter your own routines or your own behaviors to mitigate the negative impacts that you've described earlier?
I avoid that side of the street in general. That's how my routine has been changed.
Okay, thank you. Have you witnessed the owners of the establishment or any employees of the establishment taking any measures to deter the types of behavior that you have previously described?
I have not witnessed, from my vantage point, anybody trying to deter the behavior.
Okay. And from your perspective, are there any measures that the establishment could take to mitigate some of the complaints coming from where you live?
I know that the establishment has TV or cameras to monitor activity. I don't know what kind of messaging happens to patrons inside the establishment, but I think continuing to focus on keeping the noise down and dispersing after you have done your purchase would probably help.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, a few questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Sitek, how near is Sosnick's to where you live?
2 or 3 houses down, so 50, 60 feet.
Yeah,
Or
like
maybe
2 or 3 houses or doors?
Houses, doors down. So there is one apartment building, and then there is the chicken shop, and then there's Sosnick's.
You're in the same building as Miss Coughlin?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What floor are you on?
I'm on the 3rd floor.
Okay. And you said there were altercations in front of this 10 feet of space. Did you call the police, Mr. Fitzik?
I have called the police twice because of shootings that happened in front of the space. This was about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I probably have called the police once or twice more. I don't recall, but I have called the police in DC a couple of times.
Okay. Did you see a shooting in front of the establishment?
I heard it, and there are probably police reports out there.
Did you see it? That was the question. Did you see it?
Did I see the shooting? No, I was in my bed.
Okay. Were you ever called as a witness in court
No.
to verify what happened?
No.
You called the police, but you weren't called as a witness. Is that
correct?
Did the police come over and talk to you?
No.
Was there a police report? If you know?
Yes. There must be a police report because the street was shut down twice.
Okay. Did you see a police report?
No.
No. Now you talked about loud music.
Mm-hmm.
Where does this loud music come from?
Generally from cars.
Okay, so it doesn't come from the establishment.
It doesn't emanate from the establishment.
Does it emanate from the service station adjacent to the establishment?
No. I cannot recall a time when music comes directly from the service station.
Have you heard music from the service station?
No.
How late is the service station open?
It's open 24 hours, I believe.
Do they have lights on all night?
They do have lights on all night.
Is there an objection, ma'am?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. We're not talking about lights.
He talked about lights.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question if he can.
Do they have lights on all night, the service station?
Yes.
Yes. And the crowd, the crowd that was gathered off to the side of the establishment, where did that crowd come from, if you know?
I don't know where that crowd comes from.
What's the nature of your objection, ma'am?
Conjecture.
He said he didn't know. We're moving on.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Were they situated in front of that residential building adjacent to the establishment? From the video.
Is the video part of the evidence?
Sir, all right.
Okay.
Sir, your job is to answer
Okay, I'm just
a
not sure
question.
if I'm
No, I'm just saying your job is to answer the question if you can, not to ask questions, sir. So if you can, you answer it. If you can't, you say I can't answer it, sir.
I cannot answer exactly where they were sitting.
You don't know where they were situated?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay. Was the crowd in front of that 10 feet of space of the establishment?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen that crowd before?
I cannot answer that question. I don't know.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Okay, hearing none. All right, fine. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a good day. Do you have another witness, ma'am?
I do. I have one final witness, if it pleases the board. I'd like to call Sharda Strassmore.
Miss Strassmore, is she online? If Miss Strassmore, if she's not online, can she identify herself in the Miss Dorian, can you please elevate Miss Strassmore, please? I don't see her elevated as yet. I see that she identified herself in the chat. Miss Strathmore, can you turn your camera on, ma'am?
Yes, I am trying to do that right now. Okay. Oh, okay.
If you're unable to, you can let me know so we'll move on.
My WebEx is reopening.
You're on my line. You're online 3 times, 4 times. You're logged in like 4 times, 5 times.
There's
okay,
only
I think I'll probably just stick with the audio then, since the video doesn't seem to be working.
Ma'am, you're logged in on my screen 5 times.
I don't know how I am. I could hang up and call back in if that.
Well, why don't you just
pleases you,
log
or...
off? Yeah, why don't you log off and then? No, I'm serious. Your name is on my screen 5 times, ma'am. So why don't you log off and then I don't know how you're logged on 5 times, but what just
I'm only on my phone. I'm on my phone, so I don't know how that works. I will hang up and I will rejoin the meeting. One moment, please.
Okay, thanks.
I can certify we only have one Sharda Strassmore.
But there's one. It's still 4 more references on my phone online, and everyone can see that. I don't know how that's so.
It's like voting in Chicago.
She is a DC employee, so maybe they're just replicating her as.
All right. So let's see if we can elevate her now. Do you have a camera you can turn on now, ma'am? Let me see if this works. If not, we'll just have you testify. All right, Miss Dorian, can you please elevate her? All right, I don't know what's going on, but she's.
Okay, I think I am successfully here.
Fine. Yes. I don't know. You're still on the screen twice, but anyway, can you raise your right hand, ma'am?
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yep. Sharda Strassmore, Sharada. Last name Strassmore, Strasmore.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Strassmore, could you please state for the record how long you have lived in close proximity to the establishment?
Yes, I moved in in 2016 in January. So it's been over 9 years that I've lived near the establishment.
Great. And do you have a direct line of sight into the establishment to the point where you can credibly talk about activities around there?
Yes, I do have a direct line of sight. I am on the side of the building, address 340 Adams Street Northeast, where Ms. Coughlin and Mr. Fisak both live. And I am adjacent to across the street from the property that we're talking about.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Did you sign a petition created by a group of more than 5 residents of the District of Columbia protesting the renewal of the applicant's liquor license, citing a negative impact on peace, order, and quiet? You did. Okay, great.
Yes, I did.
And can you describe for the board in your own words the types of disturbances that you experience frequently?
Yeah, so I would split it into about 3 time periods. There was the time before the DC water project, which we've heard about before. That is when the road was closed. I think that was about 2016 to about 2020, where I had the direct view of the liquor store, and it was quite loud. I would be regularly woken up on both weeknights and weekends by noises and people coming in and out and streaming in and out. And then during the closure of the street, when the street was a one-way southbound, there was a significant amount of construction between me and the property. However, I could still hear what was occurring behind the barriers. And then in this like post DC water world, where the street has reopened to traffic, and we have gotten a mid-block crossing at the Adams Street crossing, we have again like filled up the street with cars that double park frequently and block the crosswalk.
Thank you for your testimony. You've talked a little bit about parking, and I'd like to be able to share my screen again to show the protestant exhibit number 6, if that is okay with everybody. I just had a whole thing happen here. We're going to go with here. Sharing my screen now. So Ms. Strathmore, can you describe what you are seeing on your screen?
I see a document that describes the opening hours along with the
okay, so you're not seeing
yeah
photos of parking, or are you seeing something different?
Now I'm seeing a bunch of different windows that have not been. Yeah.
Let me deal with my little technical difficulties here. I'm sorry about that. Why don't I share this one? Hopefully, do you see 2 photos now?
No, ma'am, that was an earlier exhibit.
Okay, my bad. I'm so sorry about this. Let me go like this and change it up a little bit here. Okay. Let's try this again. Now, what are we observing?
There are 2 pictures on the screen. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so Ms. Strathmore, you mentioned parking. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing on the screen on the left-hand side here?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now, but in the left image, I see Edgewood Liquors with 3 cars currently parked across the crosswalk. I would say that 4th car is actually not legally parked either because it is within 5 feet of the crosswalk.
Sure.
And then On the right side, I see an image of a beer truck, which is parked across the crosswalk. It appears to be not on the curb lane. So it's double parked, blocking the bike lane.
And can you opine a little bit more about how both of these situations are negatively impacting the community with regards to vehicular and especially pedestrian traffic?
Yeah. So it's, as a pedestrian, which we all are, when even if we drive a lot, we always have to leave our vehicles. You're impacted by the sight lines of cars that are around you. So, for example, if you're trying to cross the street in this location, even if you have a marked crosswalk and cars should stop for you, they're not going to see you step out into the roadway until you're pretty far into the roadway. It's definitely scary as a pedestrian, as somebody who walks places. It's scary to have cars blocking the crosswalk. And in the case of the truck, there's no even chance to make it to the crosswalk. You'd have to either walk an additional 30 feet up the street to the crossing at Rhode Island Avenue, or you would have to backtrack all the way to Bryant Street to safely cross the road.
Great, thank you. And can you certify, is the image on the left something that happens all day long? Is it mostly after in the evening, like close to hours of closing? Where do you normally see this?
Yeah, so I've seen this both when I return from work at rush hours, so I would say between 5 and 7 p.m. I don't spend my day staring at the liquor store, so I can't tell you exactly when it's happening all day, every day. I've definitely seen it in the evening hours, I would say between 9 and 1 a.m. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the image on the right-hand side, how often does this happen?
I would say that's probably more on like a weekly basis, but again, I'm not staring out the window, so I couldn't tell you the frequency in which the liquor store receives its orders.
Sure. Could you talk a little bit more, you said in your opening or in your inaugural statement to us about sound coming into your unit and things like that. Could you talk a little bit more about your lived experience with the establishment as a close neighbor and especially over the later hours of operation?
Yeah, so I've observed that there is a lot of screaming on the streets at certain hours of the evening. Again, it's been divided into distinct time periods when I like experienced this. I would say that typically there is like a little bit of an evening rush that occurs in the like mid to late evening, maybe like the 8:30 to 9:30s. And then there's like a further rush later in the evening as the liquor store prepares to close, or as the hours for the liquor store mean that it's closing. The noise, it typically comes from people screaming on the street at each other. Sometimes there's noise that comes from vehicles who are parked in front of the liquor store. Sometimes there is noise that that comes from cars that are moving along the street, so they're not related to the liquor store. I would say that in my experience, which is all I can testify to, is that the cars that are in front of the liquor store do tend to be making noise when they are parked with people who are inside of them, and then until they leave the vehicle.
Great, thank you. And you've mentioned a few times the hours of operation. So have you ever observed the establishment taking full advantage of their permitted hours of operation, which start at 9 a.m. and end at 1 a.m.?
So I don't spend all my time looking at the liquor store. I would say that, especially on the weekends, when I'm heading out in the morning, they're typically not open. So while I couldn't tell you what their opening hours are other than the posted information that was available on the internet, I would say that they are not typically open in the morning.
Are there any other issues that you as a longtime resident have with the store around their late hours of operation?
There have been points in time where I was concerned with large groups of people exiting the store. There have been times when it felt like 20 to 30 people have like come out of the store and I have not known where they even could be inside the store. And as one would understand, the exit of a large number of people on the street does create some noise, which really does impact the habitability of my home. So I would say that I'm here because I'm concerned with the habitability of my home. The liquor store has given me disruptions inside my home with the loud noises, and I just would appreciate it if it closed at a reasonable hour like the adjacent establishments.
I just have one more question for you. So the applicant is arguing that they really need to be open until 1 a.m. to make their bottom line meet, which is totally understandable. I'd like to share my screen one more time, if it is amenable to the board, to show a video about how potentially, well, I'll let you see the video and then you can talk to it and let me know if this is your lived experience. I'm just going to share my screen one more time, and hopefully this will.
All right, let me ask the question before we go down this. And Mr. Barnes, I don't understand why you're not saying anything. Who took this video before we go down the road? Who is this a video that was taken by this witness?
Ms. Strassmore, is this taken from your
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking you, ma'am. Did this witness take this video?
This witness did not take this video. It was taken from her roof deck.
I'm not gonna have all right. I'm not gonna have a testimony about a video that this witness didn't take. I mean, she can testify about a video that she took, so she could talk about a video. But I mean, anyone can show someone a video and the person can testify. That's not probative. So if she did not, if this is not a video that came from her end, I'm not going to allow any testimony on this video, ma'am. Okay.
If it
And
came from
Mr.
her
Barnes,
property, why would we not accept it?
but she did not take the video, ma'am, and I expect you to object to this, Mr. Barnes. It's the same. We had the same, ma'am. You for the previous video, you're asked to move it into evidence. I did not allow it because I don't know who took the video. This is not her video. She can testify about her video. This is me just, I'm having this here and I can bring a video and I'm asking someone to testify about a video that I don't know who took the video. I don't know when it is, what time. So if you took the video and if you are witnessing, you want to testify about the video, ma'am, you can do that. But the random person cannot testify about the video. Okay. All right.
I mean, I will testify to the fact that I took the video and that I
No, you can't do
Oh.
that right now, ma'am. You have a test, so you need to withdraw
Okay.
that and
Perfectly
let's do this witness that we are. So we're not.
We'll
This
move
witness
on. We'll move
cannot.
on.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So that is the last question I have for Ms. Strassmore.
And thank you, Mr. Barnes. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Just a few, Mr. Chairman. And my early questions will reveal why I did not object so much. Do you, Miss Sharada, the video where there was a black vehicle parked?
What video are we talking about? Are we talking about this? The video that was not, that we didn't even show, so you can't ask me
The earlier video to which you testified. A black vehicle parked in the crossing lane. You recall that car?
Mr. Barnes, I'm afraid I do not recall this video.
Okay. Have you seen persons personally? Have you seen persons double parked in front of this establishment who then walked into that establishment, the same establishment?
Yes, I have. And I have seen them at rush hour, and I have seen them in the evening hours as well.
You're in the same building as Ms. Coughlin, are you not?
Yes, I said that at the beginning of my testimony.
Have you seen persons double parked in front of the establishment who then walked across to your building? Have you seen that?
No, I have not typically, and I would say it's because the entrance to our building is on Adams Street and is not on 4th Street, so it wouldn't make sense to double park on 4th Street and walk into our building.
You've never seen anyone double parked in front of the establishment and walk across the street towards your building?
Objection. This is
No,
irrelevant.
I've never seen that.
Well, she answered the question, so ask and answer. She said she has never seen that, so let's move on.
All right. Miss Coughlin? Miss Coughlin?
Here, yes.
She's there, Mr. Barnes. Okay, no, you're not asking Miss Coughlin. You're asking Miss.
No, I'm asking her to put up her Exhibit 10.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you put up your Exhibit 10 on the screen?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Which one is that? Can you remind me?
That's the one where the people walk from double parked across to your building.
I got you. Give me 1 second, please. I'm going
Would
to bring
you put up a true and accurate copy of that exhibit?
Second. Let me pause this for 1 moment and share my screen, please. Are you seeing a video? The video that you would like?
Not as yet, ma'am. I just see you're sharing your screen, but there's no document. All right, is this the video that we're talking about? August 17th, 2025. Is that what is this video?
Is this Exhibit 10, Ms. Coughlin?
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, this is Exhibit 10, yes.
Okay, can you play the video?
Sure. Would you like me to keep going, or do you want me to stop?
I want to see where the driver of that black car walked to. You showed it before.
Yep, I'll rewind it a little bit here and replay. You're talking about
You can turn off you can turn off the audio, ma'am, if you can. Why don't you mute the audio?
Sure. So I think Attorney Barnes is talking about this black car right here in the.
No, ma'am, just play the video. Just turn the audio off, ma'am. Just play the video. I don't know what it is that he's asking.
Are you still hearing the audio, even though I muted it?
I'm not hearing the audio, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll back up.
Is the witness still there? She has disappeared from my screen.
Yes, I'm still here. I was trying to get closer to see the, because I'm on my phone, and I feel like I'm probably going to get questions about this, but
Okay, so I backed this up a little bit for Attorney Barnes's purposes. I'm going to hit play if everyone's cool.
No, can you back it up some more? We want to see where the driver walked to from that car.
Sure.
Somehow it ended.
It should still be playing.
The video is playing.
Yep. We see the driver exit the vehicle.
Ma'am, you can't, like.
Then it stops.
Attorney Barnes, is this sufficient for what you want to talk about?
Does it end there, right where the driver is walking? Does it end there?
All right. Okay.
We see the
driver. Hold on. Mr. Barnes, you asked her to.
Yeah.
As a courtesy, well, she as a courtesy. Ms.
Well, no, this is impeachment, Mr.
But I know, sir. I know, but what I'm saying is that you're trying to impeach with a video, but I have everyone else talking about the video with the exception of you and the witness. So if you know what the video is, basically she needs to play the video, and if there's a point you need her to stop the video, then that's all. That's the only commentary I want to hear. So we'll either play the video, or if you know exactly where in the video you need her to play, fine. But
Mr. Chairman, my problem is the video ends with this person walking right there. It ends, and then it jumps to another scene. Is this a spliced video, Ms. Coughlin?
You can't ask that to her, sir. You're asking the witness. You're asking the witness about the video. You can't ask Ms. Coughlin about this video, sir.
So, Ms. Sharada, did you take any videos on your own? Ms. Sharada?
I have taken videos on my own. I am unaware if they're included in this compilation.
You're unaware of what?
If they are included in this compilation.
Okay. You have taken videos?
Yes, I have previously taken videos.
Okay, what about photos?
I have previously taken photos.
Mm-hmm. Can persons double park on your side of the street?
Yes, people can double park on both sides of the street. They are able to double park. Yes.
Do they double park?
Do they double park? I have not seen double parking during daylight hours, except for the occasional delivery van. I do not recall observing double parking in the evening hours, typically.
Okay. Ms. Coughlin, would you please put up your Exhibit 6, post it?
Yes, please give me one moment. You said Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Sorry about this. My government provided computer is not doing great things. Yep, hang on one second. I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. So this is our Exhibit 6. If you can see it.
You're not sharing your screen, ma'am.
Here we go. So this should be 2 photos.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I see. Is this the exhibit you want to be shown, Mr. Barnes?
Well, that's not a video.
You said Exhibit 6. Is this Exhibit 6?
I think she referred to that as Exhibit 10. Well,
Is this Exhibit 6?
This is Exhibit 6.
Well, this is not the exhibit, so let's move on. This is Exhibit 6. But you have the wrong exhibit. You can close your screen, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sharada, you said that you heard loud noises at night. Do those noises come from the gas station or from the establishment?
Typically, the noises come from the street outside of the establishment.
So they don't come
The
from
gas station has been doing 24-hour operations regarding gas for a significant period of time, but the tire shop has only started doing 24-hour operations in the last couple of months.
So the noises don't come from the establishment. Is that your testimony?
I'm saying the noises do not come from the gas station, which was what you asked me.
Ma'am, that's not the question. He asked you a question about the establishment. Please answer that question, if you can answer the question, ma'am.
The noises I'm referring to come from the sidewalk outside of the establishment. The inside of the establishment does not play loud music.
All right.
And I cannot hear people screaming inside of it.
Okay, so the inside doesn't play loud music. Does it play loud music outside?
The establishment does not play loud music. The patrons of the establishment play loud music
So the
and scream.
There's no loud music coming from the establishment. Is that
We
correct?
have already established that there's no loud music coming from
Now,
the establishment.
have you been in the establishment, Ms. Sharada?
Yes, I have.
Can 30 people fit inside that place?
No, which is why I was seriously concerned when that many people came out.
You said you thought 30 people came out. Can 30 people go in?
I mean, I wasn't watching their door the whole night. It was that when it closed, a significant number of people who
Yeah, well,
I did attempt to count came out.
You used the number 30.
Jim badgering.
She's not, but I'm going to overrule the objection. There was testimony about 30 people, so they're asking a question. So if she can answer, she can answer. If she can't, let's move on.
Can 30 people fit inside that establishment, Mr. Ryder?
I do not know what the fire code regulations are, but I believe they could fit inside.
30 people? All right, no further questions on this witness.
Any questions by any board members? Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. Have a great day. I want to alert everyone. Thank you. It's 4:30, and I didn't remind the folks that this hearing has to be concluded by. I need to get off the record before 5 o'clock, based on what was put in the record before. So, where are we, Ms. Coughlin?
That is the end of my witnesses, and move to closing statements.
All right, thank you. All right. For closing, I need the licensee. The licensee goes first, then the protestant. I need you to be specific what it is that you're asking the board. Okay. Go ahead, Are you ready, Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the board, thank you for your time and patience. This matter that has spanned 2 days. The standard, the evidentiary standard, is substantial evidence. That's what the DC Court of Appeals looks at, whether there was substantial evidence. And the question is, can any problems with peace, order, and quiet be attributed to this applicant. There is no evidence, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, no evidence, not even close to substantial evidence, that problems with peace, order, and quiet, and noise, and double parking can be attributed to this establishment. None. And I said early on in this hearing that probably the most credible witness was the board's witness, Mr. Zollikofer, because he doesn't have a dog in this fight. He has nothing to do with property values or anything like that. He looks at what the board directs him to look at. And he did with multiple visits to this establishment over a period of time. And your examination of him, Mr. Chairman, was well done. And his conclusions that are in writing, available to the board for your use, were very clear when it came to peace, order, quiet, noise, even double parking. None of those things can be attributed to this establishment. There is no evidence. There's a residential property adjacent to the 10 feet that they occupy. It's so clear by the protestants' own exhibits that the people who live in that residential building are the ones who are out at night on the street. They have nothing to do with this establishment. There's a 24-hour gas station on the other side. So clear by the exhibits produced by the protestants themselves that the noise, the activity, the lights, bright lights at night, 24 hours a day, come from that gas station. You can't attribute that to this establishment. You heard from the ANC commissioner who held the seat that Mr. Galvin now holds, Nancy Jones. She was there for a protracted period of time. And she said there was never a problem with this establishment during her tenure. Never a problem. And she said the goodwill and community engagement and involvement by the applicants was celebratory. They were always there, always willing to help, always a good neighbor. You heard from Patricia Williams. She's currently on the ANC commission. She voted against the resolution of protest. And you heard from Mr. Galvin. They had to vote twice to get a vote to protest. There was division within the commission as to whether there was a basis to protest this particular establishment and the hours of operation. The hours of operation are legal, and they were afforded by the board. Mrs. Zollikofer said it. Yeah, they can operate until 1 o'clock. There's nothing wrong with it. They operated, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, uneventfully until they started building these residential buildings. Ms. Coughlin's is one. The other one is where the cut is, Mr. Board Member Meadows. They started building those things. During that period, you heard from Mr. Nagash. During that period, because the city put up big fences and they were impeded Mr. Grant from seamlessly serving clients, they had a tough time. They had a tough time. They lost their home. They lost lots of money. They had a tough time.
I'm sorry, Mr. I need you to speed up, sir. I'm looking at the clock and I need to bring this to before 5 o'clock, sir, okay?
All right, all right. I've been talking for about 7 minutes, and I hope you don't give Ms. Coughlin more than that, Mr. Chairman. But I will speed up. You can't attribute the problems with the peace and order and noise and quiet to the 10 feet that this establishment occupies. They lawfully are open until 1 o'clock. There's another Class A that's open to 12 o'clock lawfully. You don't want to, with no evidence that those problems are caused by this establishment, and the standard is substantial evidence, you don't want to put them through more tough times. Because 3 people from across the street asked you to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Coughlin.
Thank you. So yeah, Mr. Chair and esteemed board members, so we're here before you earlier this month and again today. We're not in opposition to Edgewood operating and having lawful operations, but we are here as concerned residents petitioning for the preservation of our fundamental right to enjoy quiet enjoyment of our properties and the peaceful character of our neighborhood. We're very proud to be residents of the Edgewood neighborhood. We're very proud about the neighborly aspect of our neighborhood, and we really want to defend this at all costs. For an extended period of time, the late night operations of this have demonstrably infringed upon our right to our quiet enjoyment of our neighborhood. And this is not just a matter of regulatory compliance or a conflict between commercial interests and the interests of the community. We think that this represents a tangible and very sustained detriment to the quality of life of residents in the immediate vicinity of this establishment. So considering the practical implications for families that are trying to get their families and people who might have to rise early for work, whose sleep is repeatedly disrupted by the lingering effects of this night patronage I talked about. These aren't hypothetical scenarios. These are lived experiences of residents of the District of Columbia, and these are most directly impacted by the current operating hours of this establishment. So we want to be clear that while our neighborhood is welcomed in residential building properties, we are the issues that we're raising today are not attributable in one place,
Ms.
right?
Coughlin,
So
I need you to turn your video off. You're breaking up.
sure, gotcha. I will. Hopefully, this is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Do I need to go back a little bit? Do you think, or
You
just keep
can
going?
move forward, ma'am, but you've just been breaking up. So I want to make sure I hear everything you're saying, ma'am. Go ahead.
Understood, sure. So the disruptive late night noise from this establishment has been a persistent concern for many years, actually, and it's predating the recent water project and increase in residential capacity that we showed in our first evidence that was submitted in the first part of this testimony. In fact, more residents have only amplified the impact of this ongoing problem. There's more families, more individuals that are now subjected to the disturbances caused by the patrons of this establishment. We ascertain that the establishment, the assertion that they've always operated this way with extended hours doesn't really negate the current impact on our current community. And that's what we heard some of the former ANC chairs and commissioners say. It's always been this way. Who cares? Whatever. The fact that a practice might have existed in the past doesn't justify its continued disruption of peace, quiet, and order of a growing neighborhood, a growing residential neighborhood in the district where we are trying to encourage homeownership and families moving into different neighborhoods. So we acknowledge the applicant's assertions around their financial hardship. We respectfully would like to point out that they didn't submit any credible evidence substantiating any of these claims about the fact that they can't afford their rent or that they make a lot of money at certain parts of the night. There is no receipts, no bank ledgers submitted. And so these unsubstantiated assertions really form the very basis of what the applicant is seeking to obtain from an exception to these standard closing hours. And again, the investigator's report, while noting internal compliance with ABCA regulations, doesn't really address the substantive issues that are before the board, right? The external impacts of this establishment's late night hours on the surrounding residential neighborhood. Inspections that occurred happened during periods of unusually cold and even freezing weather, whereas multiple people have testified that this happens a lot of times at night and in nice weather. And so we just want to bring to the board's attention the significant transformation of the neighborhood that we've undergone in recent years, the substantial increase in residential capacity, and without beleaguering anything anymore, we really are imploring the board to consider the residential aspect of the Edgewood community and potentially impose sanctions, not sanctions, but restrictions on this establishment's hours of operation. We really don't think that they need to be open until 1 o'clock in the morning. We are also still open to negotiating hours and look to the board's guidance on how to resolve this in a peacefully and amicable way.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, the record is now closed. You can come back on camera, ma'am, so I can see you before I close. But I want to make sure that the board heard everything that you had, and I've realized that if you turn your camera off while you're speaking, that we will more so hear. So I just want the record to reflect that the main reason why I asked you to turn your camera on is that I could hear you clearly, because I know that we established this also in the first hearing that you were having some Wi-Fi issues. Okay, so I want the record to reflect that's one of the reasons why I kept on asking you to turn your camera off, ma'am. Okay, all right. Anyway, so the record is, I said before, the record is closed. The board will issue its decision within 90 days. So let me do some closing. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00105 Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 PRO 00105 Edgewood International Wine and Spirits for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575 B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant.
You all hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, all right, Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you again for your time and attention. we will issue again the decision within 90 days. And I appreciate the fact that we were able to complete this hearing prior to 5 o'clock, because as I stated before, although the board will work beyond 5, but because of there's some issues that are beyond the board's control, while we have to end this hearing today at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. King.
All right, thank you. All right, let me now close the record now. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 4th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 4th, as published in DC Register on May 30th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today. I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.